actually implementing this policy. There is the policy from the Ministry of Agriculture to give out grants and loans to people in the rural areas. The question is, who gets these loans? Most often, the people who get these loans are relatives of those who are at the top of those who are in government. Those in the rural areas are not even aware of these opportunities. They are not aware of these opportunities. Who is there to bring down this information to those in the rural areas? There's so much to be done. It's funny how our government still centralize the industrial sector in one town. Mostly it's called the economic capital of the country. What happens to the youths in the rural areas who cannot afford to move to these industrial zones? What happens to them? Now back to my fellow youths. The government is failing in some way, one way or the other, but then what are we doing for ourselves? Do we just want to sit and let the government make this decision for us? We see the mistakes made by the government and sometimes international organizations. This is the time for us to stand up, sit up. Most African youths are very mentally dependent. We believe that if you're not working with the government or the public sector, then you're considered unemployed. And then it starts draining you mentally. It starts draining you, you start getting depressed. What happens to entrepreneurship? What happens to self-employment? What happens to using our mobile phones instead of staying on TikTok all day mimicking actors? What happens to us using these mobile phones to create job opportunities for ourselves? Please, we have to sit up, my fellow brothers and sisters. You do not want to be in the menu. You want to be on the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. An extra 1 minute. But I left it because you mentioned something to do with the social networks and how the youth can use these networks to spur development productively. There are a number of TikTok stars, there are a number of Twitter handlers for dignitaries who are really earning out of it so much. And these are really opportunities which indeed we can tap into. Now it's no longer more for the challenges like what is happening in Cameroon or South Africa. We are now going to look at the context. OPM, I know you come with solutions, but not the challenges that are hindering the youth. You've had a number of challenges, revamping our education system. She's talking about the mentorship. They are talking about these grants which are given, but still it is a small class of people. And I know in OPM, in the case of Uganda, I happen to be a Uganda, although I work at the Continental Secretariat in South Africa. So please, don't mind if I put you on the spot. So I know what the panelists are speaking really resonates or sits well with Uganda. The funds have been allocated, but the question is, who gets these funds? These are the solutions the young people want to hear from you. They have hinted these challenges that their countries are facing. I know the youth in this room, they want to know, how are we revamping the curriculum to move away from the traditional curriculum so that it is more action-oriented? The youth in this room are struggling to get internship, which I know you give. You give internship in the OPM, in all these government ministries. There are all these policies, quotas that you have introduced to award internship or mentorship programs for the youth. This is what the youth want to hear, not the child, building on the challenges that the participants have given. OPM, Office of the Prime Minister, you have the floor. Doctor, please, I'll give him, because I know the Ugandan youth, I'm going to give him 5 minutes. And I'm going to time him. But after him, I'm going to open the floor. Remember, this is a session for solutions, not for lamenting. But nonetheless, the Ugandan youth or the African youth, you still can, in the question session, you still can bring up a number of issues or challenges that you are experiencing. The Honorable Minister is here. She's also taking notes, and I'm sure even the PA is also taking notes. Yes, Doctor, you have our floor.
Thank you very much, MC. MC, within the 5 minutes you've given me, allow me first of all to request the participant to stand up. Yeah, let's just do this. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, colleagues. You may take a seat. MC, I am glad that you made me to be last in the panelist, I think for a reason. And I did that within my 5 minutes to request the youth to stand up because I want to provoke them in a positive way based on my own experience and also using Ugandan example. Professor Joans has already made a clear presentation alongside the panelists, but I will try to emphasize the point of focus for my case here. There was a child, one of the child in Africa. This child was born in a conflict area. This child, his mother was used to the extent that she lost her life. This child, having been born in a conflict, grown in conflict, lived in a conflict, this child, with God being his helper, had a focus. The point here I'm trying to drive to all of us here, do we have focus? And I believe you have focus. But how do we execute the word focus? And Chair, I'm going to unpack this. One, if you look at the lion, when a lion is looking for the animal to eat, the lion is very hungry. The next small animal will come even scrap this lion that, hey, here, eat me. But it will not. It has chosen that specific animal that it wants to eat. You've been watching the TV. For this case, what are the innovative approaches that we would wish the African continent to have? What are the innovative approaches that the political leaders would wish to implement to give employment to the youth? Chair, that child went through a very difficult situation. And in my comments are specifically for children who are emerging from conflicts, are specifically for the countries that are coming out of conflicts or apartheid policies, are the children who are on the streets. My sister from Cameroon has highlighted, government, we have enacted so many policies, but for the case of Uganda, we have the best good policies in East and Sub-Saharan Africa, but we have fallen short in areas of actualizing them. That is implementation. What can we do to have sustainable employment? What innovative approaches can we use to give employment to the youth? And I think you've heard from the president, regional integration. And regional integration cannot take place unless there is a peaceful environment. This peaceful environment should encompass security. Without security, when people are running, we shall be dreaming about transforming or repositioning the youth in Africa. Chair, this child is one of the ones standing before you. I was abducted when I was 9 years old. 9 years old, I have carried a gun. I have fought from 86. This child, with the guidance of His Excellency, said, it's now time for you to make your contribution in a positive way. Go back to school. Chair, this child never studied certain level of classes, but he had focus like that lion. And that's why I request the youth to stand, because I want you to pick something. I made 44 years yesterday. Yesterday was my birthday. The whole of my left hand side, if you dissect me, is just full of bullets that needs to be removed. Fragments are here. So what do we need to empower the youth? One, Mr. Chair, and this goes to AU, all the political leaders. May you please provide the youth incentives for them to be able to sustain themselves at different level. What kind of that incentives are we talking about? One, make sure that banks that give loans to the youth, they should not be charged with interest. That's call number one. Number two, and for the case of Uganda, we have so much favored. In quotes, I'm an economist by profession. I'm an economist by profession. The youth have suffered when they are starting their small-scale enterprises. They are paying taxes. Can we make a call that any small-scale business or enterprise a youth is starting, that person should be supported and should not be taxed for a given period of time? Because we need disposable income. When the youth has a disposable income, I am telling you, he will manage depression. He will manage to avoid mental health. Professor highlighted issue to do with the trauma. We are not tackling the issue as an African, but we want to tackle the issue as the so-called developed countries. Chair, I would like also to say, can we, given the fact that some of the youth who are emerging from conflicts, can we have a decisive action, a deliberate approach by instituting programs like what my sister Masters talked about? Youth have difficulties to access. Youth have made their mind, they have made their voices. May you include them on the round table. Don't make decisions for them, but let them be part of the decision and the solutions for African continent. Chair, the youth today are so innovative. If we empower the youth by giving them an environment of market access, I believe we will be talking about transforming Africa. Friends, let me give you my example. When I went back to school, I had a very big challenge. I faced a lot of trauma. Imagine you sleep, you are remembering the guns. You sleep, you are remembering how your colleague has been shot and died. How do you overcome? That is a mental issue. That is a depression. Some of our colleagues, the youth who are seated here, have that problem because he or she has failed to get a job. He's not employed and is growing. I may have my girlfriend and I promise to take her for chips and chicken, but I cannot. When we get there, things become difficult. And I love this girl. What happens? Committing suicide. And Chair, this has happened here in Uganda, where youth have lost their lives over that. Can we have innovative approaches in ensuring that youth moving out of institutions, those who have gotten a chance to study, can we say, yes, through internship, we are going to pay you. When we pay you while internship for a given period of time, we are going to deploy you, for example, in another district or in another country, rather than you doing your internship from the environment that you are used. There you are not helping that youth. Can we have my example for the youth in DRC Congo, South Sudan, and even in South Africa, because you just came from the apartheid. I want first of all to thank the Africans. You prayed for me. I got my doctorate from University of Cape Town in 2020. That's why I got it. I did it in economics. When I arrived in South Africa, can you imagine the whole clan? I'm the first person to board a plane. The whole clan. When I arrived in South Africa, I was in Clement in a bank. My money was stolen. I didn't know. My money was stolen. I ran bankrupt. Can you see the depression I went through? The disturbance I went through. But I had a focus like that lion. I knew what I wanted. Thankfully, the South African and UCT came for my rescue. But how many of these kind of youths who are seated here can have such opportunity? Therefore, the leaders, can you have, without discriminating the color, the tribe, and so forth, can we say, let's work for everybody? Let's work for everyone, because we are Africans. Let's not go into discrimination. When we go into discrimination, we are moving 5 steps backward. I was not discriminated in South Africa. Never. I'm happy my mother is here, the Honorable Minister for Youth. Mama, I want to request, when you sit in the Parliament, may you make youth programs more friendly. The youth, one, they need money. And when you recruit the youth to be employed, may you give them incentives. Incentive number one, give that youth a house. 2, give that youth a vehicle or a car. 3, he doesn't mind about the salary. Once the youth is sleeping well, he has a car, he's able to move away with the girlfriend or with the mother. I'm telling you, issues to do with the corruption will be wiped out. Mr. Chair, as I conclude, through the Honorable Minister, may we eliminate or relax taxation. When we talk about tax, and I'm taking my product, say for example, DRC Congo or Kenya, let my product not be taxed. Through you, may you speak, or may we have an identity that these products are for the youth, so that the income we get from, the disposable income, madam, will make significant contribution to the development of our community. But when you tax them, then you remove the disposable income that we should have to sustain our lives. Lastly, fellow youth, I don't know whether because I made 44 yesterday, whether I'm still a youth. I want to request you, in whatever you do, may you be patient. May you be patient. When you start that small-scale business, do not rush or do not make that business to give you profits there and there. The problem I have discovered, including myself, when I saw like him, the way he's dressed, I would want to dress like him. When I get a girl who's my girlfriend, I would want to put her to that standard. Therefore, I will end up stealing from the capital, from my investment. May you be patient in whatever you do. Don't rush. When you be patient, the end product, you'll discover it by yourself. Patience. When you are patient, make sure you are happy at your level. Nobody can bring happiness to you. It is you yourself to make your own happiness. Do not engage in destructive activities like going, I sympathize. And my presentation, may my mother rest in peace. This presentation dedicated to my mother and all the women who are seated here. I don't hate men, I hate you men because you are the one who abducted me when I was young. But God was besides me, I am what I am. I dedicate the women in this forum. May you remain calm as you deliberate, as you negotiate with the powers that be. If you don't cooperate with them, I'm telling you, you will be isolated. And once you're isolated, you'll be destroyed for good. At the end of it all, you lose your life, which is not good. We don't want that. We want a united Africa. May Africa stand to speak one word. We are Africans, and indeed we shall remain Africans.
Thank you so much, Julius. Indeed, a hand of applause for Julius. It was such, indeed. That's why I said having him last was basically to offer some of these practical solutions. But I know he has indeed touched a lot of things. And in addition to patience, you know, and I'm glad that you also have that experience of South Africa, UCT, which is also one of the things where I'm actually also doing my PhD. But it is such an interesting story that you've shared with the youth. And I like the last word which you said, patience. And in addition to that, you know, when I was doing my first degree, that is back in 2008, the key word that stood or guided me through to all the youth who are here is the word which they call sacrifice. You know, and I'm glad you used me as an example that you see the moderator, you want to be like him. But why can't you sacrifice? You know, when you sacrifice in economics, then you postpone consumption or you can postpone expenditure. So in addition to patience, try to exercise what we call sacrifice. There are things which you can forego to save and start something. Instead of, for instance, today you've been given $20 or $50, you want to use it. Why can't you sacrifice and postpone this consumption, or you accumulate this wealth so that you can start up something? But also key is the patience. And I know the Honorable Minister, maybe when she gets another, during the closing session, but even before the closing, I know the Honorable Minister would really talk about the issues to do with finance that you've highlighted, and the youth. So I really don't want to open the floor and we get these challenges again. I don't want to get questions like, the youth, when you go to the bank to get a loan, they are telling you to bring a title. What can we do? I don't want those kind of questions. He has already hinted them, and we don't want challenges. We want possible or viable recommendations. I'm telling you, the team is listening. Don't say that our curriculum is poor, that the youth, they are not benefiting from the youth venture capital. They are not benefiting from the EMIOGA. Yes, we want solutions. How can the youth benefit from them? The youth are not participating. Give us tangible solutions. How can the youth participate? Because OPM, the office of the ministry, they just want to get these solutions. They are taking notes, not the challenges, but we are putting forward solutions. I'm only going to take 4 questions and I'll wrap up this session. Only 4 questions. I'm starting from there. Can I have the microphones? Yes, my brother Festus. Okay, yes. Festus, can I have a microphone in front? The deputy minister here has an intervention. In front here. No, first? Yeah, okay, thank you.
I want to recommend that rather than, using the word questions, having questions from people. This is APRM. And here we exchange ideas and we take experience back home. So rather using the word questions, can we use another word, contributions from the delegate rather than having questions? Because they will start to ask you questions and you say, let them ask questions. Okay. So they ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Indeed, the elders, the youth, We are always saying the elders should go, but indeed we need the elders to guide us. Thank you for the guidance. So please, can we have additions, not questions, because we are not having the solutions here. So I'm starting with my sister there, the micro, only 4. Please, I'm wrapping up the session. I'm only taking 4, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Namakula Mariam. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Okay, since we are looking at innovative approaches, we need to be realistic. Since we have Dr. Julius from the Office of the Prime Minister, how are you people availing these internship placements and the jobs? Because we need to be realistic. How, if you're saying you're going to give the youth a house, how is it really going to be realistic that I'm going to get a house? I've seen my other fellow youth clapping. Is it really realistic? How about you avail these internship placements and the jobs? Because sincerely speaking, I think all the youth here can testify to this. If you do not have any connections to a person inside the Prime Minister's office, how are you going to get an internship placement? How are you going to get
Thank you so much.
Please, just a little more, just a little bit. I'm Dr. Julius Okelo. My name is Namakula Mariam. I'm a fresh graduate from Islamic University in Uganda, Kampala campus. I've been doing law, and since you are here, I hope we can interact and we see how we can really avail these incentives and, the internship placements, because that is the biggest problem we are facing. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, but also please, the mentorship and internship, I recall even, and I want to refer you more as well to the Belgian embassy. There are a multitude of opportunities. Please, young people, you need to tap into all these opportunities. Don't only come to OPM, interact with all the panelists.
Good morning. And
yes, where is the microphone?
It's here.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning to you all.
Please, one intervention only. 30 seconds.
My name is Joy Birungi, and I'm Ugandan. I would want to talk about the taxes. So our company recently imported agriculture greenhouse equipment from Kenya. But we wrote to URA, and we also got a recommendation from the minister, Ministry of Agriculture, and yeah, he recommended us and we're given tax exemption. So please, you can always write, and it gets.
Thank you so much. Yes, my brother here. Then we shall come back there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olindi Onan Felix. I work with Goal International as a Next Generation Youth Fellow. I think our systems and leadership should look at empowering the mental health of young people. Because you see that while we have so many problems in Africa, you're seeing we have disputes, things like climate change. Young people are having to deal with the diverse effects of these things, and these things are impacting them emotionally. Our last speaker, the doctor, is telling you that people have had, like, he still remembers the gunshots that he had when he was still young. And these things have a cross-cutting impact. You're not going to deliver effective happiness when people are not able to get away from the mental problems that they are having. So while we are talking about these solutions, we should not bring things that are more utopian, things that are not realistic, because when you make someone over-expect and then they are disappointed, in the long run, their mental health is going to be at stake. You're going to tell me that in 1 year you're going to be able to get a house, you're going to do this. It's not realistic. I'm going to believe it, and in 1 year I'm going to be disappointed, and you're not going to be able to support me. So even when we are looking at interventions that are helping young people, we must look at the mental health of young people, that we should not do politics, because politics is what is always killing Africa. We should look at things that are going to serve the young people and that are going to develop them, not break them. Do not promise what you cannot deliver. Promise what can be done. Get the inputs of young people and make sure that the young people can be improved. Their lives can be changed from this. Let's not have sessions like
this. Yes, I hear you, my brother.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, I gave him time because his entry point was mental. That's why I gave him time, and I know how it is really an issue in Africa that has not been given attention. The last one, please.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Bamidele Oyewumi. I am a community development professional. So I'm from Nigeria, and one system that I've worked in Nigeria is where every youth that has passed through higher institution go through 1 year internship sponsored by the government. it is important that immediately after your NYSC, that's a National Youth Service Corps member, you have opportunities to employability immediately. And now, Nigerian government has scaled up that by ensuring that they include entrepreneurship, where young people learn soft skills, entrepreneurial skills during that 1 year. You are employed during that 1 year. Now, if Africa nations can adopt that, it will be one avenue for young people to learn, give them experience. And then also, while we're doing that, young people have the opportunity, as you have mentioned, that patience is virtue, right? And then someone that is hungry cannot be patient because there are responsibilities, there are pressures from family, there are pressures from peer groups and all of that. But then when you have something small that you're doing and then you're contented with it, I think that is a scheme that can work. Thank you.
Thank you so much from Nigeria. Yes, right now.
The last one, I have the last question.
All right,
My name
because
is
of
Esha.
gender, I know the Honorable, Her Excellency, the ambassador has walked in, and the minister, they will definitely summon me if I don't give you the floor.
Thank
Please.
you very much. My name is Esha Mohammed, and I'm from Kenya. And two things. One thing we've realized, there is skills mismatch between the employer and the employees. I think it's really important as African states to make sure that we gap that and find skills that are relevant to the 21st century. I don't know how we're going to go about that as the panelists will be responding. And then the other one is we have a number of TVETs in the different African countries, but the issue is our young people don't take up these opportunities. How do we make sure that we not only revamp the TVETs, but also we bring them institutions that are very friendly to young people that they can go into? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, thank you so much indeed. The TVET, and at least every country can attest to that. So that was the end of the asking questions, the interventions. I am closing the session for now. First round, technical word. First round. I hope the second round will come. So I'm only giving 30 seconds to my panelists. The last word. You may respond, or just the last word. Only 30, actually 1 minute, then we shall. The photographer, please get ready. We shall now, I will request you to remain for a group picture, and then we shall walk into the next session. Yes, 1 minute.
Thank you. Yeah, just short feedback. I agree, there's a need to be realistic. And for many young people, this will mean looking for self-employment. So I think focusing on entrepreneurship is crucial. Where to get the skills? I also agree that the governments can invest and the development partners are there to assist, but it's not enough. And then we should look at the private sector. A lot of private sector companies have the skills, or they know the skills that people need to be employed there. So the involvement of private sector in vocational training programs is crucial, yeah? Also in helping the skilling be oriented to the labor market. And finally, I want to share a best practice from my Danish colleague, because Denmark is also part of the European Union and we work a lot as Team Europe, because I liked the suggestion from OPM that there's a need for starting young people, startups, to get interest-free loans. But the experience from Denmark was when the entrepreneurship is very small, give them a grant. It's much better. Don't force them to pay it back right away. Give them a small grant, and then they will develop their business. They will create employment for other young people, and later on they will be the ones paying taxes. And this is a targeted support, which I think is realistic. We're not talking about giving houses, but a small grant for the startups that start their own business, I think, can go a long way. Thank you.
Yes, Patience. Thank you so much.
I think as we're talking about being realistic, one thing that I want to point out is the issue of asking for 5 years experience for a young graduate to gain an entry-level opportunity. We need to be realistic. Where would they get the 5-10 years experience for an entry-level opportunity? And just to conclude, I think as government is doing a lot of interventions, they also need to invest in social capital investment among young people for them to develop a culture of patience, like the way that Doctor here has said, a culture of persistency and a culture of hard working. We need to start investing in social capital investment among young people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Just one word, take for the youth, yes.
Thank you so much, I appreciate all the questions, and I would like to respond to my sister, the lawyer. How do we avail internship? I think that question directed to me. I would like to inform our colleagues who are still at the universities and you are looking for internship. Commissioner Timothy may bear a witness with this. At OPM, we do not discriminate any person. At OPM, yes, I speak this with evidence. When the university is closed, the HR received application for internship from various universities. There was one of the students that had not applied. Literally did I know him. He comes from Kenjojo. The rest, they're almost winding up their internship, and this student was due to graduate. Through my efforts and my office and my colleague, I had to make sure that this student who was due to graduate from Indeje had to get internship. And I tell the HR, may you place that student in my office so that I supervise that student. So at OPM, we do not discriminate. And should you have any discrimination at OPM, please, I would like to give you my number, because this is not acceptable, and I don't think this is happening at OPM. If it is, please come and see me.
Thank you so much.
Allow me to just conclude. Yes, sister from Kenya, it's true there is a mismatch in the skill for the youth. But how can we help this? It's up to the employers and government themselves. As I spoke earlier on, that if I'm coming from region X, there is no need for me to do internship, or in that area where I'm coming from, place me somewhere else so that I am able to integrate with other communities using the skills I have obtained from the school. So I think the school, the mismatch in skills, in education and so forth, should be all for the government as well as the development partners if we are talking about sustainable employment for the youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. J.S. Yes, Laura from Cameroon.
Okay, thank you so much. I would want to emphasize on agriculture. I want to urge our governments, we are Africans, I want to urge our governments to invest in the agricultural sector as much as possible, because from the agricultural sector, the proceeds can help improve unemployment and sustainable development. I would want to beg on the youth as well to not look at agriculture as a layman's job, but take it upon ourselves to make it a thing with pride. I want to urge our youth as well to make use of the social media. What's your ideology? To make use of the social media positively and not stay there and, do the things that are not necessary. Let us be mentally independent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Laura. And indeed, dear distinguished delegates, your excellencies in the room, and our invited guests in Uganda, it has been such a honor. I've been your host, Peter Katwesige, M&E officer at the APRMContinental Secretariat in South Africa. I apologize for coming in late, but I hope you've enjoyed the session. This conversation still continues on our hashtags, the various hashtags. Yesterday I had a session in the evening. Please, if you still have more questions, keep posting them. Unfortunately, for our colleagues following online, my IT team has not vanished me with some of the interventions you've posted there. But we appreciate your following, and indeed, we look forward to having your interventions in our inbox. My IT team will avail us those interventions that you have posted. But also, if there are any questions, you are tuned us and you are following us live from Speak Resort Munyonyo in Kampala, Uganda. And indeed, it has been a honor being your moderator for this session. I would like now to request all of you to give a hand of applause to our distinguished panelists. So without taking much time, I would like to request my panelists to stand for a group picture, and after that, I will introduce the next session. But as I introduce the next session, please, we shall have a working tea. So as you move to go take tea, I would like the panelists to come and also take up their seats. Let's stand for the group picture. Thank you so much indeed. Please, dear delegates, these are the people. Watch out for their contacts. Watch them as they go to sit, and in case if you want to take forward the conversation, please, you can quietly walk to them to get the contact. The next session is session 17, that is going to look at the road to Copper 27, which is happening in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and I know Mohammed is here. He's already going to give us invitations to Sharm el-Sheikh. And I know a number of the youth in this room are really looking forward to the various invitations that you've come along with from the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Egypt. So it is basically session 17, Road to Copper 27, Climate Justice and Clean Energy Transition. The role of youth in delivering a just and equitable energy transition. The keynote speak is going to be given by the PS, Ministry of Water and Environment, Mr. Alfred Okot, who has been represented by the Commissioner. I'm informed that the Commissioner is in the room. I think at this moment, I would request the Commissioner to come and take up the floor. Then with the Commissioner, we are going to have the panelists. The panelists, we are having Mr. Hassan Ali, Minister of Youth from Egypt. I know this one, as I've said, anyone from Egypt has come with a number of tickets for the Copper 27, which is going to be hosted in Sharm el-Sheikh. Then I'm also... Then we are going to have Mr. Arafat Bakil, the head of Program Youth Empowerment at the Africa Youth Transformation Tanzania, and also Tanzania National Youth Delegate to the Commonwealth Council. And finally, we'll have His Excellency Ashraf Mohammed, Ambassador of Egypt to Uganda. So the road to Copper, we are basically, the session is going to be dedicated on the role of youth in delivering a just and equitable energy transition. The moderator for this session, or the chair for this session, is Ms. Mukupa Nsenduluka from the Tax Justice Network, Africa, Kenya. She's going to be the one in charge of this session, and as you can see, she has already taken the seat. But I'm still kindly requesting the panelists whose name I've read to please kindly come and join the moderator for the session. And please, it is a working breakfast. But as you are serving, we request you to keep the voice low so that it does not interrupt the sessions. Thank you. Another quick announcement. We have translation equipment at the desk behind, where you see a lot of computers just behind. So there's going to be translation. And most of my panelists are going to use the local language. So I request all of you that as you pick your teacup, please make sure you also pick the translation equipment. You will be guided on which channel to select, but please pick up the translation equipment on time because we don't want to interrupt the session for you to pick the the translation equipment. Please walk there to that desk, but I'm also requesting my ushers. The ushers, please support me in this to distribute those headphones to the delegates. I say especially bring headphones to the first VIP table here where we are having excellences seated. The ushers, please, I need those headphones in front here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As has been already mentioned, my name is Mukupan Senduluka, and I'm from Tax Justice Network Africa in Kenya, and I will be your moderator for this session. So just as we take our tea and settle down, I'd like to ensure that all my panelists are here. Mr. Hassan Ali Ghazali, thank you. Mr. Arafat Baki Lesheve, thank you. His Excellency Ashraf Mohammed, Ambassador of Egypt to Uganda. Is there a representative or is he around? Okay. Then we have Mr. Eli Kenny from Historically Black Colleges and University. Do we have Mr. Eli Kenny? Oh, I'm so sorry. Miss Eli Kenny, the name didn't specify. And then Claude Sodokin, who's here. Okay, so I think we'll get started. We'll give it a minute just to allow people to get their tea and settle down. And then we'll get started on this very, very exciting topic on climate justice and the clean energy transition and the role of youth in this whole matter. Thank you.
I can read from this. Yes, okay. Just, yeah. Please, can you make a test, please? Can you bring my presentation on the screen, please? Okay. Yeah, I think, yeah, maybe also, yeah.
Okay, I think we'll get started now. So, as has been mentioned already, the title of this session is The Road to COP27, Climate Justice and the Clean Energy Transition, and the role that youth have in delivering a just and equitable energy transition. So, the objective of this session really is to situate the role of the youth in combating climate change and the promotion of a green growth in Africa. We know that climate change is a big challenge on the continent and the world over, and we know that climate change is an issue that impacts both the young and old, but also that it jeopardizes the aspirations of both the current and future generations in many ways, economically, socially, environmentally, and culturally. And so many solutions have been presented to address this challenge. And one of them is the energy transition, which is another big term that's being used a lot very loosely. So the solution that's been presented is that in order to keep the temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius, we need to change from using fossil fuels to more renewable energies. And when you talk about that from a justice point of view in the context of Africa, we then ask the questions, is the energy transition even possible in Africa on a continent that has energy poverty and is struggling to still have access to energy? But also when we look at climate and the issue of climate justice, we know that developed countries have developed from using fossil fuels and things like coal and oil. So when we are now talking about it in the context of Africa, we are at a stage where we want to develop. And then when you take away those things that we use to develop the Western world, what does that mean for Africa? And these are conversations that the youth of today need to be asking, and asking the right questions, but also challenging our policy makers to ensure that we get a fair transition and ensure that we have a just energy transition. Now, without getting much into further details, this is a very interesting topic, one that I'm very passionate about because I work on issues of tax and natural resource governance. We have a very able panel here who will walk us through this very important topic, sharing their experiences from the work that they do, but also some of the research that has been done on the continent. And so for the main presentation, we're supposed to have a representative, the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Water and Environment. I'm not sure if he's in the room or if there's a representative, but if not, any representative from the Ministry of Water and Environment, Uganda? Okay, if not, then we'll get straight into just hearing some of the perspectives of our panel. And so we will start with, I think, Mr. Hassan Ali, who has a very, very powerful presentation to make, and he'll be sharing, obviously he's from Egypt, so he'll be sharing some of the experiences, given that they're also hosting the COP. Then we'll have Mr. Arafat Baki Lesheve, then we'll have His Excellency Ashraf Mohammed, Ambassador of Egypt to Uganda. Then we can have Mr. Eli Kenny and then Mr. Claude Sodokin in that order, but I'll be calling them up as we go along. So, over to you, sir. Let's take cover down.
Thank you so much. Okay, first of all, my name is Hassan Ghazali. I'm representing Nasr Youth Movement. I'm a founder of Nasr Youth Movement. It's a social and a network for the youth in Africa, mainly in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and recently in Europe. And also I need to welcome our guest, Massis from Germany. He's our friend, and also he's Nasr Youth Movement alumni, the last batch. Also, of course, I greeting and welcome my sister, Hagar Azzouz from the African Union Commission, Peace and Security. So, strongly I want to thank the government of Uganda and the people of Uganda for this warm hospitality and this kind receiving since we came. I don't have a presentation. I think it's a speech to be more effective and to be more easy and to be more speedily. Ladies and gentlemen, as a son of Egypt, I came as a representative of the country located in the north of African continent, which has a national situation that are not hidden from you since the National Liberation Movement and the late leader Gamal Abdel Nasser and the current leader, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, until our time, which I claim in the heart of each of you. an impact and a stance of and a situation which appears and grows whenever you were given the choice between several. Egypt was among them. So you choose it without hesitation. On this occasion, I convey to you the greeting of the franking people of Egypt and their gratitude for the tremendous African support they received when choosing to chair and host the next climate conference, COP27. And of course, I invite you and all the participants in the global forum on the land of Egypt, the City of Peace, Sharm el-Sheikh, next November. I will leave the link to the official website of COP27 to see how to participate according to what the United Nations announced about the opening of the registration from the beginning of July until the 20th of this July. We will send the link through the WhatsApp group which Lennon created last day. As one of the youth leaders, I work to participate and closely follow the measures and the mechanisms taken by the Egyptian state to engage and to empower young people in the climate action by benefiting from their ideas and enhancing their participation in COP27, within which we launch many activities that contribute tangibly to achieving their goals, not only locally, but also regionally, internationally, and globally. Perhaps the most prominent of this was a session that came under the title Climate Change, a Road from Glasgow to Sharm el-Sheikh, in the presence of Dr. Yasmin Fouad, the Egyptian Minister of Environmental Affairs, during the activities of Nasser Fellowship for International Leadership, third batch, under the auspices of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Egyptian Arab Republic of Egypt. We discussed the necessity to enhance the meaningful participation of young people in the climate action as the current generation bear the responsibility to ensure that the need and the interest of the future generation are met, and that become fully safeguards as the Egyptian state works to take the voice of future generations of youth and children in the decision-making process related to this issue. And perhaps this is the best intensive to achieve real, visible, and actionable result. During the preparation of the COP27 climate conference, Egypt set into two main axes, science and the human being. During those preparation, Egypt was keen on the participation of a stakeholder in the fight locally, as well as a full needs to involve the organizations of the international community in this global event. Accordingly, preparation were made for the COP27 by the government through establishing a higher committee for the conference headed by the Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Mustafa Madbouli, in his capacity as the head of the National Council for Climate Change. Transforming Sharm el-Sheikh into a green city through energy or waste, and transforming the city transportation system into an environmentally friendly, whatever, natural gas or electricity, to discuss all the developments as it recently announced. For example, Egypt's intention to launch 20 green projects in 5 sectors as a COP27 climate conference. With reference to the climate issue in the preparation of the COP27, Egypt has placed the file as a top of the priorities and has taken many measures in order to address climate change, including preparing the National Climate Change Strategy 2050, which based on comprehensive perspective on the issue of climate change, whether technical matters or mitigation and adaptation of the climate finance and governance, and enhancing the role of science and technology. Egypt has also updated the National Contribution 2030 strategy, as well as establishing governance mechanism to define the role and the responsibility of each party and all segments of society, including youth, women, and civil society, and also private sector and others. It should also noted that the issue of climate justice is a human right under the United Nations because of its impact on the right to life, right to health, and right to clean water. Perhaps this is what makes us work together to spread awareness of the importance of confronting these these changes of climate change and reducing its impact on a woman, youth, and also children. Therefore, there would be in the reinforcing the joint responsibility to comfort climate change and the great spiritual and moral influence of the religious leader in the heart of people and masses. Religious institution has also undertaken in Egypt, Al-Azhar and the National Church, or the Egyptian Church, played a pivotal and important role in preparing for the COP27 climate conference. Al-Azhar, for example, devoted its effort to explaining Islam from the environment and the necessity of perceiving it through initiatives to raise awareness on the climate change crisis and the importance of protecting environmental resources. It's also preparing and host conference for religious leaders and assemble around the world in preparation for the COP27 climate conference. Also, the National Egyptian Church, in cooperation with the Federation of Evangelical Churches in the World, launched a series of environmental initiatives under the slogan "Together for a Green Egypt" that will take for 6 months, linking the churches with global trends to perceive the environmental and transfer it to the Egyptian community in preparation for the COP27 and the climate conference. At the international level, Egypt was keen on participating in the development of African Strategy for Climate Change and Resilience 2022 to 2032 as an essential pillar to build for COP27 to unite African voices and identify the continent needs. Egypt also played a pivotal role in the meeting of the African head of state government on the climate change, which came under the slogan "Save our ocean, protect our future," as opportunity for African head of state and government to begin identify the main priority areas to formulate a common position toward the climate action agenda and to draw vision comprehensive road for from Glasgow to Sharm el-Sheikh COP27 Global Waste Initiative by 2050. Egypt also played a pivotal role in the meeting of the head of state and the government on climate change, which I think I said, yeah. The Conference of the Parties, COP, is a decision-making body responsible for monitoring and reviewing the implementation of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which called UNFCCC. The 197 countries that have signed the Framework Convention called parties participate in the Conference of the Parties annually since 1995, and it is the 21st session. COP21 was held in Paris in December 2015. It was a historic conference as it resulted in the first international agreement on the climate. This agreement which the United States and President Trump withdrew from it. The Paris Agreement required each party to publish an action plan for its international determination contribution. And finally, it's worth noting that the COP27 entitling Together for Implementation, this highlights the unique cultural identity of Africa and ancient Egyptian civilization. The logo highlights the sun as a source of life and a symbol of hope as one of the most important cultural symbols in Africa. Finally, Hassan Ghazali, Egypt my village and Africa my country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hassan. I think you've given us a good overview of the COP, the preparations that are taking place, and just to highlight the importance of the COP. This is one of the biggest global convenings when you look at the issue of climate change. And so even as we prepare for COP27, what are some of the things that we, the youth, want to see in the COP27 agenda? And I hope that as we go along, more of those submissions will be made from our panelists, but as well as yourselves, the delegates. So our next speaker is Ms. Ikai Kenny, the Managing Director for Historically Black Colleges and Universities Green Fund, who will be sharing her perspectives on the subject matter. Over to you, Ms. Ikai.
Good morning. Oh no. How y'all doing? All right. Better energy. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. So my name is Alay Kenny. I am the managing director of the HBCU Green Fund. We are located in the U.S. I'm based in Washington, D.C. We are also based out of Atlanta, Georgia. What the HBCU Green Fund does is we work with historically black colleges and universities in the U.S. and historically black colleges, universities abroad to help create a platform for young people of color to be able to establish a new society, a new world where we are ever and forever able to sustain ourselves. Sustainability isn't just a word, it is a lifestyle, it is a choice, it is a culture. It is a thing that we have always done as African people. It is a thing that I was taught as a member of the African diaspora who has been dislocated from it, who has had a people taken from this continent, brought to another, used to sustain the culture and the livelihoods of another people. But that's okay, because those skills will sustain us today. And that's what we do with the HBCU Green Fund. So specifically, looking toward COP27, the question we asked ourselves is, what do we want from this? And how do we get what we need? Because oftentimes we go to COP and we leave with having had great conversations, but not a whole lot of productivity. And the reason for that often is we get there and we are just meeting. It's wonderful to meet all of you now. So we decided we want to meet early. So we decided to have a pre-COP conference. So a week of alignment and organization for all of Africa, all of the diaspora. So a day for each region, including those of us who are outside of the continent. For us to align, for us to connect, for us to network, for us to get together and have the conversations where we decide what we are going to ask of the global community to support Africa and the diaspora, right? So as we ask you to participate with us, we ask you to register online. You can follow us on all social medias. Our hashtag is GreenFund, GREEN-FUND, apologies. You can follow our handle at HBCU Green Fund on Instagram and Twitter to find more. Our goal with this COP conference is to, one, take as many young black people to COP as we possibly can. So what we are doing is we are presenting a platform for you to be able to introduce yourself to your friends, to your neighbors, and to the world and say, I am here to be supported. We are committed to presenting our network to you to say, hey, these are the people on the continent you should be supporting. When you are looking for young people to invest in, these are the young people. So our platform will provide you the opportunity to upload your own information, upload your proposals, upload your videos, upload your content so that people can see you. They can recognize you and they can support you. They can fund your work. That's what we are here to do. That's what we came here to do. So specifically, some people's work that we are helping to fund on the continent. My friend Destin here, give a wave. And my friend Fida here. Destin is from Uganda. Fida from Rwanda here. We are here seriously to put money onto the continent, to put funding into the continent, to take the energy, the effort, the passion of young black people like me who are over in the States, who are in Europe, who are making money and have the capacity to contribute, to grow our futures ourselves, to own our futures ourselves. That is what we are building. So that's why we called our organization the HBCU Green Fund, because yes, we want to be sustainable. Yes, we want to be black, but we want to own it. And we want to fund it. We do not want to stick a hand out to anyone else, because if we do, they will come back around to ask. We've already given enough. We've given our souls. We've given our bodies. We've given enough to this world, but we have not given enough to ourselves. We must first invest in ourselves. We spend our money, how we spend our time. Everything that we spend is an investment, and we must invest in ourselves first. Fund ourselves first. So we leave you with this message. For me personally, I spent a lot of time thinking about why being in Africa was important. For me, I started organizing really, really young. I started my first NGO at age 12. I was a credentialed delegate to the UN Conference on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg, South Africa in 2002. right? So I've been a serious organizer, worker, advocate for quite a long time now. But what I've noticed is there's not enough space for people who look like me anywhere in the world that I've been. So that means that we have to make it. Patience is great, but there's no more patience left. We cannot wait. The time is now. So speaking of time, I took a moment to think about what time meant to me. And I know a lot of different people of different faiths, different lifestyles, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, even atheist. There's one thing that we can all agree about. That in the beginning, life started on this planet, on this continent. What that means is that from the beginning of time until this moment as we speak right now, the earth has always sustained the life of African people, and it always will.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kenny. That powerful call to action that we need to own the agenda. And when you follow the climate change discourse, there's a feeling that this agenda is very Western driven and really being put on the table to say, Africa, here's the deal. What is Africa saying on the situation? And I think the work that she's doing with her organization is really trying to bring more Africans to the table to have their own say and their own voice on the issue of climate change and the energy transition, because this is an issue that affects us today, but also affects our aspirations as young people for tomorrow. So thank you, Ms. Kenny, for that. Our next speaker will be Mr. Arafat Bikr Lesheve, who's the head of program at the Youth Empowerment at Africa Youth Transformation Tanzania National Committee. And he's a delegate who's also come from the Commonwealth Youth Council. So over to you, Mr. Lesheve.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to acknowledge the presence of honorable ministers, excellencies, ambassadors, head of department, but also head of different agencies that are available here, and my dear panelists. And last but not least, I think I also really wanted to acknowledge the presence of we young people here who are in this building. Hey, young people, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, so as I've been mentioned that my name is Arafat Lesheve, and I'm working with Africa Youth Transformation in Tanzania. It's a local youth-led organization whereby we have started almost like 4 years before. And basically, I'm also working with the National Youth Council of the Commonwealth, like the Commonwealth Youth Council, but also as a national youth representative who I'm also reporting back directly to the Prime Minister's Office, Office of Youth, Ministry of Youth, Labor, and also People with Disability. So what actually we want to do, or actually young people we need to do, or what we do in terms of Africa Youth Transformation. So first of all, I think I also want to acknowledge that yesterday was the day of Kiswahili. So we young people need to celebrate that we need to appraise our language Kiswahili across Africa and across all of our country. That's the main language that we need to speak. Habari za asubuhi. Secondly, so I also wanted to share that, so AYT, what we do is first we want to make climate change to be more sexy. Why do we call it climate change to be more sexy? Because young people usually find that climate change is a difficult topic. So how do you penetrate or integrate the climate change element to young people? Then you need to make sure first you make climate change to be more sexy as we make agriculture to be more sexy. Then the second thing is also, I think it's now time now, we should not only empower young people, but we should recognize young people what they have been doing, then empower them and build them from where they have started. So as Africa Youth Transformation, we usually initiated a program called Tanzania Emerging Youth Awards, whereby we recognize young people who are doing very good, as I mentioned one. Then after that, we build their capacity in order to create more jobs. And one of the sectors that we really build on is in terms of the climate change and environment. So we identify young people who are doing very well in energy sector, climate advocacy, SDG. Then after that, we build their capacity to also to be advocating about issues of climate change in the community. Then the other aspect we also build is like, how can they create jobs among the climate change and energy sector, is whereby now we change the challenge to be as an opportunity. How can you change the challenge to be an opportunity is whereby, how can you invest, the government invest to young people, giving them capacity, giving them subsidies that they can take the solar panels, going to the village, help them by giving them energy. At the same time, they're making economic empowerment and livelihood. So that is one of the aspects that we usually do in terms of how we connect climate change, but also with livelihood, because that is something that really makes young people to be vibrant. Then the other thing is also about how can now we also now bring in young people to change trash to be equitable, valuable something. So that is another agenda that we people who are really need to advocate issues of climate change, we should also be building the capacity to young people in order to change the trash aspect to be more valuable aspect. Like, and that also build up also in terms of issues of livelihood, because when you find this kind of plastic bottles, issues of like wine bottles, you can also turn them to be very good aspect in terms of valuable asset and sell them to the community, and they gain money from that side. So that also connects to say that you are making now climate change to be more sex and something also be very tangible to young people, rather than just only talking about issues of UNFCCC, conversion. Those young people are very disturbed with those kind of things. So I think that is one of the things that really, that we are looking in terms of supporting that. Then, as we young people also, we are very prepared towards COP27. And by saying that, we also had like a very some of the disturbed things that we really advocate as African country, we really advocate as our country in terms of different countries. So I'll start by really identifying some of the issues that really young people, we really need to come together and say, how much are we advocating towards the African COP? We call it African COP. It's our COP, not COP of the world. So this is something that we really need to carry today, that when the COP is making it up in Africa, we should make sure that the agenda of Africa is in front rather than anything that comes in up on the build. So disturbed by the unfolding climate registry losses and damages happened from the cross numbers of African countries, massive cross-secretary impact of the climate change on the fact that human lives, including extreme violation of human rights. So that is one of the things that really disturbs in terms of the young people. But we are also concerned that climate change impacting the continent is impacting directly on a nature and nature-based resources, impacting sectors immediately relevant in creating opportunities for decent work, income, and also livelihood opportunity of young people. Then the other aspect that we really also wanted to touch base is also about how can we also now integrate the climate change aspect into the curriculum development? How we've been talking every day and day, building up like planting trees, but that is not only one element of climate change. We should start now integrating the climate change and environmental protection into our education curriculum. From the primary school level, young people need to really know about issues of climate change, issues of environment, so that build up every day to their mindset, and also they can be the champion on that side. Then the other challenge is also about now, I think it's also the time now whereby we need, when we are bringing young people on board, we should be thinking about how are we building their capacity on a negotiation skills. We don't go to COP to do shoppings, but we go to COP to negotiate about our countries. So let's make our effort that we go to COP, make sure that we have our agenda is passing through. Even we have like 17 agendas, at least 4 to 5, we're coming back to celebrate, rather than coming back with a backpack of a suit. So I'm happy that Egypt does know a lot of those suits. And cosmetics, I've been reminded that side. So that is another thing that I really think that we really need to deep concern. But also,
sorry, Mr. Lesheve,
yeah,
just
I'm
1
finalizing.
minute.
Yeah, I'm just finalizing the last
Thank you.
thing. So in terms of what we young people were really, in terms of the call to action, so the first call of action is to call African government to forge and common position paper towards COP27. Like we should unite together and have a common understanding and the position paper. Secondly, is also demand young people to be considering on the designing, implementing, monitoring, and also facilitating the program relating to climate change. The last thing is also about call all government in Africa to review on education system to integrate issues of climate change and environmental protection. And last but not least, we young people should be on the table on that aspect. If we are not on the table, we will carry our own chairs to that table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lesheve. I think you raised very important points on capacity building, integrating the climate change agenda into school curricula, as well as being at the table and not on the menu, as they say. So our last speaker is Mr. Sondokin from the AU-EU Youth Cooperation Hub. And I'll really ask that you speak to us in 5 minutes because I'm told the Prime Minister will be arriving, is it the Vice President, sorry, will be arriving in the next 10 minutes. So we really need to keep time so that we arrange the space. So over to you, and then I'll ask about 3 youth to contribute, or is it, sorry, 3 delegates to contribute after Mr. Sondokin has given us his submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished youth, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me today to be at the 3rd APRM Youth Symposium to share my experiences with youth engagement on climate change ahead of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. So I'm Claude Sodokin from Togo, originally from Togo, and I'm based in Paris. I'm the founder of Ecolotrip, and also one of the young experts representing the African Union and European Union Youth Cooperation Hub. So I will be sharing my experience with these 2 initiatives. So first, Ecolotrip is founded in 2018, and it's one of the largest youth-led platform in Francophonie. And the aim is to build capacity, as the previous panelists said. We need to build capacity for young people when it's come to advocate for climate change at local, regional, and international level. So one of our goals is also to facilitate the active participation of young people, especially young people from the global south, at policy, climate policy making at international level. Because we realize that whenever it's come to discuss the future of our planet, youth are underrepresented. So we need to build capacity for young people so that they can actually have a say at the table. So at Ecolotrip, every year we gather more than 100 young people to discuss, to have input, and then draft recommendation that we can submit to Yango. Yango, which is actually the official youth constitution of UNFCCC. And we have, actually we have more than 1,000 active young green entrepreneur and climate activists in Francophonie, and we expect to go beyond Francophonie and then bring all young people from Africa and collaborate together. And we also know that it's not just about building skill or writing recommendation. We need to go beyond that, and young people need to play a central role in the fight against climate change in Africa. So this will lead me to the second initiative, which is the AU Youth Cooperation Hub initiative. This is an initiative of European Union. Back in 2018, it was the first time that young people from Africa, Europe, and diaspora came together to work and find solutions to our common problem. So I'm part of the climate change cluster, and we have been working on an innovative agroforestry project in Burkina Faso and Niger. This project is in the framework of the Great Green World Initiative program, which is one of the biggest climate program of the African Union. So we have been involved in the whole process, starting from the designing of the project to make sure that youth actually the main beneficiaries, but also are playing a key role in achieving the results. And then we have been also part of the selection process because we need CSOs who will be implementing the project on the ground and delivery. And now we are at the phase of monitoring the result of the project. And this kind of initiative is one of the key success stories of youth initiative in the framework of the Africa and Europe partnership. So I think that this kind of initiative needs to be scaled up, to be replicated, to put youth at the head of the leading climate action. So before I finish, I have two calls for action. One for young people here, and also young people in the online. More than ever, we are suffering from the effect of climate change, and our future is compromised. Okay, and we used to how can I say it? We use to take account our government, but it's no more the time to look for who is responsible for what. So we need to propose concrete solutions to our government. I hope they are open for that. Youth are smart, youth are innovative, so we need to come together and propose concrete solutions to our government so that they can actually influence the decision makers at COP whenever it's event on the future of our planet.
Sorry, Mr. Sondokin. So I've been signaled to stop the session. Maybe I can call upon the gentleman to come and give an announcement, but I think there's a signal that the Vice President will be coming soon. So we need to end.
Yeah,
so
I'll just finish.
In 30 seconds, just finish.
Yeah.
And then maybe just to say that I don't think we'll be able to take any questions, I'm afraid. But what can happen is we can be able to interact with the panelists. Sincere apologies for that. I think we lost time. So, Mr. Sondokin, just in 30 seconds, we take the picture and then close the session.
So my call to the African government ahead of the COP27, where one of the priority topics announced by the presidency is climate finance. It is important that you pledge for adaptation fund because so far climate finance is heavily biased toward climate mitigation, financing mitigation rather than financing adaptation, which is Africa's priority given the content high level of vulnerability to climate change and climate variability and low emission associated with low level of modern economic development. I thank you very much.
Can this mic? Okay, thank you. So thank you so much, Mr. Sondokin, for those submissions, and it's good to hear about the work that your organization is doing to include the youth, especially that it has the EU-AU cooperation bid. I'm afraid we won't take any questions as has been mentioned, but I've been asked to make these announcements that we ensure that we wear our masks because of who's coming through. So please ensure that you wear your masks. And if you don't have your masks, you can get one at the entrance. But that also will take a 5-minute break, quickly, and then come back and settle down so that as the Vice President walks in, everybody should be settled. In the meantime, as we take a group photo, the IT team is supposed to be playing a video, a 3-minute video about the closing of the ceremony. So IT, please take note of that. And then lastly, thank you so much and apologies that we can't engage, but I would urge you all to just approach the panelists or any of the rapporteurs if you have any recommendations. Thank you. So the camera person, please come forward to just take a picture. Oh.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability? As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improved agricultural practices, and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want. That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want. That is the Africa I want.
This is the Africa we want.
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
The APRM is the African Union's self-monitoring mechanism on governance and implement its work program towards the realization of the AU Agenda 2063. In 2016, the APR Forum of Head of State and Government, chaired by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta of the Republic of Kenya, held a special summit dedicated to the revitalization of the APRM. In response to this, the APRM Secretariat CEO, Professor Edi Maloka, implemented a revitalization strategy for restoration, reinvigoration, and renewal of the APRM, guided by the discussions and instructions from the summit, whilst drawing further inspiration from the original vision and mission of the APRM.
Revitalization means illuminating, bringing back what has been lost, putting energy into an organizational institution whereby you bring in new aspects to make sure that the organization delivers, or institution delivers on its mandate.
I think it's important to go to the beginnings and point out, first of all, with appreciation, that when the Constitutive Act of the African Union was adopted in 2003, a number of key challenges needed to be addressed in the new dispensation because the African Union replaced the OAU, and the AU was desirous to take a new trajectory in terms of the development path to ensure that Africa would be able to address the many socio-economic challenges that are before the continent. Of course, aware that Africa, in spite of being very rich in natural resources, having very good human resource, but has remained poor, and the people also very poor. What are the reasons? Of course, one of the major reasons, of course, is a deficit in governance. And the leaders of the continent, the African leaders, in designing the AU, were also very keen to embark on governance that would ensure better management of the economy, but also ensuring sustainability in terms of development, where people could be empowered, where people could also be involved in decision making, where people could also be have democratic space. The APRM started, of course, as a very independent organ of the African Union, even in terms of financing, and the member states were to accede to the instruments of APRM voluntarily.
So as regarding the APRM, we started with the federation strategy in 2006. That is the time when the new chief executive officer, Professor Ed Maroka, was appointed by the APRM heads of state, headed by the chairperson, who is His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta.
When I took over the office, I had my own ideas on how APRM should run. And I realized that Kenya could not just spearhead APRM alone. So it is thinking differently. And I was assisted by the chair of the APRM in Kenya, Professor Michael Chege, very experienced person, very dedicated person. I said, no, why don't we propose to the head of state so that this mechanism can be raised, can be revitalized, because we know the potential of this mechanism for uplifting Africa is great. So when the idea was eventually upscaled to the presidency, it was accepted. And he said, yes, I'll take it up. And it was taken up.
The revitalization strategy of the APRM was necessitated by the fact that the APRM Continental Secretariat for some time did not have a CEO. And so a lot of activities were sort of in limbo in terms of how they were being implemented at continental level and also at national level. And then further, that gap in leadership kind of made the whole APRM process stall.
So enthusiasm was waning. Member states were not coming to our summits as much. There wasn't as much financial support for the mechanism. As a result, the heads of state at the APR Forum held in January decided that they needed to revitalize the African Peer Review Mechanism, and that included bringing in a new CEO and requesting that we look at as a priority.
So when I arrived at the APRM, of course, I thought we needed to do three things. And I came up with these 3 R's. We needed to revitalize it, re-energize it, and all the things that we needed. But then I came up with these 3 R's. But restoration is just getting the organization to function at the optimal level. So when I arrived there was a review for Chad, there was a review for Senegal, but there wasn't much progress. So when I arrived there, I made sure that we do the reviews. And I worked with the panel very well, and as I pleaded with members of the panel that let's focus on the reviews, and I gave them, find them the resources, and then the reviews happened.
Revitalization was really needed for the APRM. It was stagnating, it was at a low point. Countries were not being reviewed, new countries weren't joining, there was no innovation, there was a lack of leadership, and the APRM really needed some injection of political will and managerial skill to achieve its objectives and to reach higher as well.
It was about revitalizing, reinvigorating, and bringing more parties on board and getting the mechanism moving.
The results were clearly, first of all, the recommitment of the member states to the process of the APRM. Also, it was the renewal and the refreshment of the tools, like the questionnaire that we sent to the countries. It was revitalized, it was reformulated so as to be really conformed with the needs of the continent for the next period. We had also, and this is very obvious now, a greater visibility all over the continent for the APRM itself.
We had what we call, one of them, in fact, the immediate stabilization of the APRM was a short-term goal that we wanted in the first 2 years, which we managed to do. And then after that, we had sort of the medium-term goals, which was to make sure that the APRM member states are proud of it and participate in it, which we're also able to do in the middle years. So this was 2016 to 2020.
We saw more countries coming on board and being much more interested in the APRM. As of now, we are at 74% of the member states of the African Union coming on board, which means we've had more countries come on board and be part of the process.
First of all, one of the best changes we noticed is that, if I remember well, initially, APRM was started with about 15 countries, grew to 25. Now we are talking 41. And obviously, this is because it was demonstrable that there were benefits and gains, and so countries would come forward and accept to be reviewed. It is also clear, and studies have shown around the world, that countries that acknowledge those challenges, embark and bring on board all segments of society, they do much better. You see, more stable and more sustainable development in the country.
So I think the strategy gave the APRM purpose, gave it shape, it gave it political impetus and managerial skill, and it also got the countries to take this system more seriously. We saw 5 or 6 new countries, mostly from Southern Africa, join in this period.
The results of the first part of APRM came to attract other partners in funding the organization, and that facilitated employment of more staff. The staff that we were looking for was to facilitate the reaching out to the public. Because when you are a country and coming with a program that people didn't know, even at grassroots level, it had to be facilitated by the Secretariat, which was led by the CEO.
By 2018, that had happened. And we were also recognized within the AU system for what we had done. And as a result, we had a whole bunch of what we call the expanded mandate. The AU Assembly itself gave us additional mandates beyond the original ambit on governance improvement of the APRM. So that was the middle years. And then by the last 2 or 3 years, we were now looking for our place within the AU constellation, within the Africa governance architecture, within the African peace and security architecture. And we did find our place within that system.
The 3 R's really came about in 2016 when Professor Eddie Maloka was appointed as CEO of the APRM. So the new CEO decided to restore the APRM as well as revigorate it, as well as renew it. And the revitalization strategy really was having a turnaround strategy, restaffing the APRM Secretariat, having to start over reviews again, which is the primary mandate of the APRM, funding, that's part of resource mobilization, as well as getting civil society back on board on the work of the APRM.
So when Prof came in, it was more of he opened the doors and an individual African could come in and give views and give their feedback. So that is where the renewal began. Then the restoration of the aspect where many African citizens thought that the APRM was more of an elitist club and it's something out of reach for them. So when it came to the country review reports, and I remember that time I worked on the country review project here in Kenya, and would go around with the APRM office here, the APRM Kenya office, and we'll go around the country taking the views. And the individuals or the people in the local level, they were like, no, we've never seen AU come to us. So for me, that was a restoration of the mechanism.
And my first impression of it was really that, it presents a new platform. It presents new ideas, new energy, an excitement for new ideas, really taking up new ideas and being receptive to them and allowing other people to come in and work with the APRM Secretariat. So the renewal, reinvigoration and revitalization of the APRM has been something that we've been quite excited about as external people.
It's about finding African solutions to African challenges. So if it is finding African solutions, then we need to Africanize what solutions we come up with, because our challenges, yes, are there, but knowing that Africa is not just one country, we are the 54 sovereign states, almost 7 time zones, 7 different climatic conditions, over 3,000 tribes, and over 1.4 billion. So in this aspect, it is where they come and localize the issues.
But also we've seen that with the revitalization agenda, there are more countries that are actually participating in the APRM process, especially now that they have introduced things like the targeted reviews, which are happening in more countries and more beneficial because a country is able to look at the challenges that they are facing and asking for expertise.
As they have set out in the APRM review, they must learn from each other. In this country, there's one thing which I have also seen where the country is benefiting from APRM. The counties, which are the sub-national governments, they are setting up a framework to learn from each other similar to the APRM. And I was extremely happy.
When you get integrated, then you are, first of all, you are happy. First of all, you see capacity of organization growing, and you see that good energy, the energy given to APRM really is delivering on this mandate. We had now more reviews came on board. We reviewed Egypt, which is a founder member, by the way. It was reviewed. It had not been reviewed during that time. Then other reports which had gone to the drain were tabled. We had the Senegal report, we had the Djibouti report, we had the Sudan report. They are all tabled and reviewed by African heads of state, which was very good.
I think the role players at the very top is the Secretariat itself. The coming in of the new CEO, and after that we saw really the hiring of a lot of new staff, mostly who were young people. And if we are speaking about revitalization and renewal, it's important to get fresh blood, fresh ideas, fresh people coming in.
So the critical role players really were member states of the APRM, but in particular the Republic of Kenya under President Uhuru Kenyatta, who made sure that the APRM had to get revitalized. But I also want to appreciate the role of young people, the youth, who came on board and started popularizing the APRM again.
Number one, I would say it is the APRMContinental Secretariat. This was led by Prof. But also during that time, we must give credit to the President of Kenya, that is His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. He was the chair of the APRM. And he came up with that strategy that we need to bring APRM from its deathbed, because that's exactly where it was. And he put not only resources, he put also in terms of human resource, capacity, and time. And during that time, he would take the issues of the APRM to the Heads of State Summit, that is the AU Summit. And so much was given and allocated to the APRM process. So for me, those two, that is His Excellency President Uhuru and Professor Maleka, were very instrumental.
Originally, we had three main partners. That was UNDP, Economic Commission for Africa, and the African Development Bank. We said we have to increase other partners. We have to bring in more partners to strengthen the work of APRM. These partners assist us technically and even financially. So we said we need to bring in. So we had to bring in other partners. We should also bring on board other AU bodies so that they can be looking at our reports. Because we had products, but they are not readable. They are not being consumed. We said we need African Union organs also to look at our reports and see what we are doing. So we had to table our reports in different organs, like Pan-African Parliament, which is based in Midland, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, based in Banjul, and even the Peace and Security Council, which is based in Addis Ababa. So that was some of the areas where we thought we could rejuvenate, we could revitalize APRM so that it can come to own feet and then deliver its mandate more than it was doing before 2016.
I think one highlight really from the strategy is on resource mobilization, because if you don't have funding, really there isn't much you can do. So as part of the strategy was getting partners back, UNDP, Mo Ibrahim Foundation, as well as coming back to the core budget of the African Union, something that was successfully done between 2016 and 2020 when the APRM was implementing its strategic plan, work plan.
I think a highlight for me from the strategy is the fact that if you are open to new ideas and there's will and goodwill to actually really consider all the role players and the ideas that they bring, and you are really just into receiving critical feedback and implementing that, it really takes us far.
I think the most important aspect is political will. And what the new CEO who came in 2016 was able to do was to galvanize our APR forum and to be interested in governance improvements, to have this club of AU heads of state who can regularly talk about governance amongst themselves in a confidential manner and talk about best practices and common challenges. And that's in a nutshell what we do. And we were able to, I would say, underline the importance of such a forum so that we could work together for improving governance together.
That early period for me was, it really opened up, and I sense a lot of goodwill and so on. And it really helped me with my colleagues, with the panel, with member states, and the kind of support you receive. For me, the highlight was really how at that beginning, just to get the chemistry going. And I think we've been able to maintain that chemistry up to now. So we make sure that every year we have a member state joining. So, and the African Union, because of that, they took a decision at the summit and said that we must have full universal accession by 2023. I don't know whether 2023, maybe 2023, that's my final year, I don't know. But we will do our best. We're now 42 or something, and then we'll be joining. Hopefully we'll have another country also joining us at the next summit. We're working on it.
There's been new life in the APRM, and it's really revitalized the process. Reports are coming out. Second reviews have been done, targeted reviews are being done. So I think there's a lot to be proud of looking back over the last 5 or 6 years.
Then another thing, also the AU realized that APRM is now really on its feet. It even invited us to be integrated within the African Union.
Out of this restoration effort, the African Union actually agreed to make APRM one of its institutions. but with sufficient autonomy. It's an African Union organization which is given autonomy. Why autonomy? So that it can be able to look at African governments critically and assess them and give them their reports the way they are. Because if they are not given autonomy, then African governments will not benefit anything. They will just repeat what they know. But since they are autonomous, they will be able to look at the situations in a very neutral way. And that can help Africa move forward.
We saw the introduction of the APRM's expanded mandate, which gave it more responsibilities, including monitoring the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063.
So our APR Forum, as well as the AU Assembly, had approved this new strategic plan 2020 to 2024. And what it entails is consolidation of our gains and also looking within APRM to see how can we contribute to the governance parts of Aspiration Agenda 2063, and also looking at governance as a means of integration for the African continent. Those are its broad goals and objectives.
We have got a new strategy, strategic plan, which is planned for 2020-2024. And the key areas there, again, we are looking at, because our mandate, the core mandate is promoting good governance on African continent. And how do you do it? By carrying out country reviews on governance of Africa. So the main key area in that strategy is encouraging and initiating new reviews on the African continent, and we are doing that.
I think the new strategy came with some monitoring and evaluation of the work that is done by countries. Also, even the visitors who are coming from the Secretariat, they go there to check how far they are in terms of progress. That, to me, is quite an important achievement for us.
Further to that, the APRM Secretariat has also introduced the governance gap analysis, which is actually something that is quite different. The extended mandate of the Continental Secretariat is another thing that has happened that is a positive in terms of showing the confidence that the continent has in the APRM as far as the governance agenda is concerned. We saw the extended mandate. They're now looking at Agenda 2063 as well as monitoring the SDGs.
So I think the new strategy is a continuation of the previous strategy. It's building on the solid areas, and it's also looking to innovate and bring new life into the APRM. I think it's solid and will be able to give the APRM the prominence that it deserves in helping our continent govern itself better.
Of course, given
we have seen the President launch two important youth initiatives, the 1 Million Next Level and the Bingwa Initiative, all which focuses on giving concrete opportunities to young people in the field of health and economic well-being.
We need to make everything that we are importing here on the continent.
What will harmonization look like for the set timelines, and how do we pull every member state and the youth councils along?
There's a likelihood that instead of the same infrastructure that we've created to develop us, other people will leverage on it. So how are we again securing this infrastructure?
As a filmmaker, I feel like there's a lot that can be done in terms of documentation of what is happening.
We say that Africa is the future of the world, isn't it? You hear it on the radio, on TV, in everywhere, newspaper, everybody is boasting about it, right? But when we say that, but there is a consequence to it.
Do we consider the teacher as being important for transformation of education?
With ICT and digital revolution, you do not have barriers to market. You have YouTube stars emerging in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya.
We have so much resources that the world needs currently, and so we need to add ICT and quality education to actually push this narrative so that people can actually start respecting us for the people that we are.
Decision makers, governments, and every stakeholder have to consider applying a youth and intergenerational lens in the crisis response and recovery plan, because it's the young people that brought the innovation and the positive outcomes of this global phenomenon.
If European organizations can see the breadth of talent and skill that exists in Africa, there's absolutely no excuse for any country, any government, or any organization on the continent to not make that investment.
What I've got here is the meaningful participation. Young people have been able to speak out to demand for their space as it is supposed to be.
I think the outcome of this symposium will go a long way in influencing decision makers on how to ensure that youth issues are given priorities in the development of our countries. I am looking forward to mainstreaming and domesticating the outcomes of this very important symposium to improve and inform our national development plan and the youth policy of Uganda. Thank you.
Remember that the issues of the youth are not issues of biology. That biology can have youth who have got different ideas. Right ideas or wrong ones.
Do you remember the story of Aisha? Aisha had two paths in front of her. One path would lead her down a perilous road to unmet dreams and a life of turbulence. The other path would give her the tools to unleash her full potential. It would allow Aisha to go to school and find a job and even try her hand as an entrepreneur. We all know which path Aisha took. She wants to pursue her dreams. She wants to be safe from harm and have a chance to not only survive, but to thrive. The good path is not always the easy path, something Aisha knows all too well. In 2020, she experienced the effects of COVID-19. Her schooling was disrupted. She had to innovate around taking her small business online. She did all she could to take care of her mental health. The path Aisha was able to take was only possible because we forged it for her. Together, we can continue to create an environment where Aisha, along with all African youth, has healthy options. As we continue to tell a new and exciting story about Africa, we must commit to supporting African youth in telling good stories about themselves. Support them in being able to transform their communities, countries, and continent. As we accelerate our efforts, we must recommit to this path. The implementation of 1 million by 2021 has taught us a few things on how to move ahead. We will need to focus on adaptation. The next level should adapt to the changes in society due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sustained partner engagement. We must pursue long-term and sustained partnerships. These are essential to addressing key bottlenecks and exploring new opportunities. Member States engagement. To ensure scale and impact in implementation, the commitment of Member States is essential to increased investment and institutional strengthening of youth programs. Youth engagement. Engaging young people at the forefront of development issues is critical in the design and implementation of youth programs. Allow us to reintroduce you to our intervention areas: education, employment, entrepreneurship, engagement, and health and well-being, what we call the 4 E's plus H. This is 1 million next level. To continue this journey, we want to empower the millions of young people across the African continent, and to achieve 1 million next level, we need all of you. Join the 1 Million Next Level initiative and help us keep the momentum as we deliver for Africa's youth, building on Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063, an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for children.
We have seen the President launch two important youth initiatives, the 1 Million Next Level and the Bingwa Initiative, all which focuses on giving concrete opportunities to young people in the field of health and economic well-being.
We need to make everything that we are importing here on the continent.
What will harmonization look like for the set timelines, and how do we pull every member state and the youth councils along?
There's a likelihood that instead of the same infrastructure that we've created to develop us, other people will leverage on it. So how are we again securing this infrastructure?
As a filmmaker, I feel like there's a lot that can be done in terms of documentation of what is happening.
We say that Africa is the future of the world, isn't it? You hear it on the radio, on TV, in everywhere, newspaper, everybody is boasting about it, right? But when we say that, but there is a consequence to it.
Do we consider the teacher as being important for transformation of education?
With ICT and digital revolution, you do not have barriers to market. You have YouTube stars emerging in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya.
We have so much resources that the world needs currently, and so we need to add ICT and quality education to actually push this narrative so that people can actually start respecting us for the people that we are.
Decision makers, governments, and every stakeholder have to consider applying a youth and intergenerational lens in the crisis response and recovery plan, because it's the young people that brought the innovation and the positive outcomes of this global phenomenon.
If European organizations can see the breadth of talent and skill that exists in Africa, there's absolutely no excuse for any country, any government, or any organization on the continent to not make that investment.
What I've got here is the meaningful participation. Young people have been able to speak out to demand for their space as it is supposed to be.
I think the outcome of this symposium will go a long way in influencing decision makers on how to ensure that youth issues are given priorities in the development of our countries. I am looking forward to mainstreaming and domesticating the outcomes of this very important symposium to improve and inform our national development plan and the youth policy of Uganda. Thank you.
Remember that the issues of the youth are not issues of biology. That biology can have youth who have got different ideas. Right ideas or wrong ones.
The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Do you remember the story of Aisha? Aisha had two paths in front of her. One path would lead her down a perilous road to unmatched dreams and a life of turbulence. The other path would give her the tools to unleash her full potential. It would allow Aisha to go to school and find a job and even try her hand as an entrepreneur. We all know which path Aisha took. She wants to pursue her dreams. She wants to be safe from harm and have a chance to not only survive, but to thrive. The good path is not always the easy path, something Aisha knows all too well. In 2020, she experienced the effects of COVID-19. Her schooling was disrupted. She had to innovate around taking her small business online. She did all she could to take care of her mental health. The path Aisha was able to take was only possible because we forged it for her. Together, we can continue to create an environment where Aisha, along with all African youth, has healthy options. As we continue to tell a new and exciting story about Africa, we must commit to supporting African youth in telling good stories about themselves. Support them in being able to transform their community. We must recommit to this path. The implementation of 1 million by 2021 has taught us a few things on how to move ahead. We will need to focus on adaptation. The next level should adapt to the changes in society due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sustained partner engagement. We must pursue long-term and sustained partnerships. These are essential to addressing key bottlenecks and exploring new opportunities. Member States engagement. To ensure scale and impact in implementation, the commitment of Member States is essential to increased investment and institutional strengthening of youth programs. Youth engagement. Engaging young people at the forefront of development issues is critical in the design and implementation of youth programs.
Hello? All those who are outside, I'm requesting you to come in. Our chief guest is about to arrive. And I request that we all come in and take our seats. And when she reaches here, we shall sing the national anthem, the East African anthem, and the African Union anthem. But I was requesting that those who are outside, I can see most of our youth are now just moving the way they want, but I was requesting that they come and we sit and we receive our chief guest. She's about to reach here. Thank you so much. And when she comes, we shall all stand up and receive her. Thank you.
What Africa would look like in the next 50.
And boys from all walks of life are united in their diversity. An Africa whose growth and development are sustainable and inclusive, benefiting and bringing prosperity to all its citizens. An integrated continent, politically united, based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's renaissance. An Africa where good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law are the guiding principles of our societies. This is an Africa where we are confident in our identity, heritage, and culture, and shared values. Our very thriving Africa where young people contribute at all levels of society. And ultimately, an Africa which is an influential global player responsible for managing her resources and financing her peace and development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. A continent filled with limitless possibilities, where every African can realize their full potential. Transformative flagship project. Goal. An integrated high-speed train network that connects African countries so that we can travel and transport goods with ease across the continent. A continental strategy for Africa's commodities that ensures a collaborative process in developing and managing the continent's natural resources for all Africans. The world's largest trading zone in the African Continental Free Trade Area, which promotes trade within Africa and with the world. The African passport and the removal of restrictions through the free movement of persons, allowing Africans to travel, work, conduct business, and live anywhere within their continent. A peaceful Africa where all guns are silenced. The Grand Inga Dam project will provide affordable and clean electricity. Improved and affordable air travel through a single African air transport market, SAATM, that connects African cities. An annual African Economic Forum that brings together great African minds to develop strategies to harness the continent's vast resources to the benefit of Africans. The establishment of the African financial institutions that promote economic integration and the transparent mobilization of resources to promote economic development. The Great African Museum will preserve and promote our cultural heritage and celebrate Africa's influence on the cultures of the world. Promoting cybersecurity that protects our data so there is safety online and ensures that emerging technologies are used for the benefit of Africans. An African virtual and e-university that provides access to the highest quality tertiary and continuing education to Africans anywhere in the world. A Pan-African e-network for innovative e-applications and services that will transform Africa into an e-society. An African outer space strategy that bolsters economic development across all sectors and positions Africa as a regional market for space products and services. And the Encyclopedia Africana, which will document and celebrate Africa's history, culture, and the contributions of African people throughout the world. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
The Agenda 2063 is a continental
Our chief guest is
development
here
plan
with
for
us.
Africa.
Can we take our seats, please? Our chief guest is here with us. Can we take our seats? And this is going to be a very short session. Our chief guest is here with us, and I would request that as she's coming in, she's being received by our senior ministers. And as she comes in, I would request that we all stand up. We all stand up. We all stand up and receive our chief guest, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Retired Major Jessica Alupo Epel. If that one was for me, I would say yes. Your Excellency, we welcome you here. That is not enough, you guys. What's the problem? Your Excellency, you're being here received by the youth of Africa. And we shall stay standing and sing the national anthems, East African anthem and the AU anthem. Thank you.
Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny, our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and toil together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, of pride and hope that break of dawn. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Thank you. We can all take our seats. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, retired Major Jessica Alupo Epel, Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, the Minister in charge of General Duties, Office of the Prime Minister, Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Government of Uganda, Honorable Ministers who are here, Members of Parliament, the Director of Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, African Union Commission, Madame Prudence, representative of APRM panel of eminent persons, Honorable Lydia Wanyuto, the CEO of APRM, Professor Eddie Waluka, the ambassadors that are here, Your Excellencies, all youth leaders Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Your Excellency, we welcome you to the closure of our youth symposium that has been here for the last 4 to 5 days, where the youth have been so dynamic, very open, and have been advising government in the best way we can solve the issues of the youth. And I want to thank them for being very disciplined, because we do not have any problem or any security problem here. And I would request they clap for themselves. Your Excellency, on the first day, we received the President of the Republic of Uganda, and everywhere I have passed, the youth have a catchword that they picked from the President, where he said that the issues of the youth are not what? The issues of the youth are not biology. And he advised us that there are 2 key things that we are supposed to look at. One was the issue of prosperity, and of course, the issue of looking into our security. And he managed to launch the 1 million next level that we are going to catch up as the youth of Uganda, our government of Uganda, and we see how we can move. Your Excellency, due to time, I will introduce a few people as time goes, but I would request that I go direct to the program and invite Mr. Daniel Obal, the Senior Presidential Aide in charge of youth affairs, to give you the brief of what we have been doing here and some of the things that we have resolved as the youth of Africa. Thank you so much, Mr. Obal Daniel. That is not enough.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, retired Major Jessica Alupo, the Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, the Minister for General Duties, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honorable Betty Amongi, all Honorable Ministers here present, Members of Parliament, representative of the African Union Commission, the Honorable Representative of the APRM panel of eminent persons, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanismin, the Permanent Representative Committee members of African countries to Addis Ababa African Union, a representative of the Head of Delegation of the European Union to Uganda, Your Excellencies, all invited ambassadors, dignitaries, and youth leaders. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to shine lights and give you briefs on the 5 days that we have been here in Uganda. Your Excellency, the young people of the continent came to Uganda on the 4th, and for the last 4 days, they have been engaged in very constructive discussions meant to shape the future of, firstly, Uganda, and by implication, Africa as a continent. They were blessed to have His Excellency the President to open and address the symposium. I would not want to repeat what the Honorable Minister has already said, but the young people everywhere, those that are here, those that are outside there, those that have been following the proceedings online, they are so happy. They are so thankful to Uganda. They are very thankful to President Museveni for loving them. Your Excellency, this symposium comes after a year of young people agitating for and asking so much to have moments with their president, a person whom they refer to as the father of the continent, given his strategic role in championing integration by not leaving the young people behind. The young people we have here come from over 50 African Union member states. We have young people from the diaspora. They are members of parliament. They are political leaders. They have engaged in thematic discussions in an intergenerational manner. And Your Excellency, I would therefore go straight to taking you through some of the important discussions that happened here. This is what we are calling the proceedings of the 3rd APRM Youth Symposium in Uganda. Your Excellency, this report of proceedings will be shared to the young people for their validation, to ensure that it reflects on what they discuss, to ensure that it champions what their interests are. And Your Excellency, at an opportune time, we shall be presenting it to you officially so that the government of Uganda can carry forward and champion to ensure that these reports and the contents thereof are given the attention it deserves. Your Excellency, the delegates were presented with what we call the African Peer Review Mechanism Toolkit on Youth Participation in Governance and Development Process. This is a blueprint that is aimed at assisting young leaders to assess themselves by peer-to-peer learning in a voluntary manner. And I want to report to you, Your Excellency, that the Republic of Sierra Leone and the Republic of Kenya, they welcomed the idea and they agreed that they will pioneer this great initiative so that other African countries can learn from it. And in this regard, I want to thank so much the Deputy Minister for Political Affairs from the Republic of Sierra Leone for offering leadership and accepting to pioneer this important cause. Your Excellency, we also want to thank so much the representative of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Honorable Wafuko, who is here with us, for his country's role in championing this great initiative. Your Excellency, when we were here for deliberation, we were presented to what we call the 1 Million Next Level Initiative and the Bingwa Initiative. The 1 Million Next Level Initiative is a program of the African Union that seeks to reach the young people with the concrete opportunities for their empowerment and well-being in the fields not limited to education, health, entrepreneurship, employment, among others. In this important initiative, Your Excellency, His Excellency the President committed the Republic of Uganda. He first launched it, but committed the Republic of Uganda and himself to championing, financing, and facilitating this initiative to ensure that it reaches 1 million young people in Uganda with these concrete opportunities, but also in its capacity as a champion of African integration to facilitate processes to ensure that all other African countries are made part and parcel of this wonderful development. We also had His Excellency launching and flagging off the African Union Bingwa Initiative. Your Excellency, again, this is an initiative that seeks to support and encourage young people to take vaccines. And in this, they launched what we call the Shoot Your Shot campaign, where they are calling for young people to come and take this vaccine. Of course, aware, Your Excellency, that we are still in the era of COVID-19 pandemic, and vaccination is a very important aspect of how we get to live our life daily. Your Excellency, there was intergenerational dialogue where we got young people to engage with the policy leaders, ministers, presidential advisors, heads of department. And there are three critical things, Your Excellency, that I would want to point out. Due to this engagement, young people were able to test new solutions, ideas on youth engagement. We got to realize that the landscape of youth engagement is very wide. A collective responsibility that requires sustained energy from all the key stakeholders to ensure that youth issues are given the priority it deserves. We also had sustained multi-stakeholder partnerships and efforts to scale up best practices across the continent. Your Excellency, the meeting of the young people decided that this kind of engagements, if taken forward, will best appreciate and help our leaders to make informed decisions that has got ripple effect in as far as the lives and livelihood of the young people is concerned. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister for Youth has already taken you through some of the great highlights of the opening session presided over by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. But just for emphasis, allow me to point to you that there were four fundamental things that His Excellency the President highlighted. One, he talked of Pan-Africanism being a good vehicle and encourage young leaders here to embrace the spirit of Pan-Africanism. He says you cannot profess love by not loving yourself and loving your country. And as a country, Uganda, we are very proud of this great message by His Excellency the President. Secondly, he pointed out that as a continent, we cannot prosper by begging. He gathered young people to ensure that they are the vanguard of producing goods and services for their own sustainability by protecting Africa against all threats and guarding our countries against the politics of sectarianism stoked by external forces. Your Excellency, the President also noted that the youth are here for a longer time than his generation. And he tasked the youth that Africa is a cradle of all men, a pioneer of civilization, and a savior of all modern religions. He said Africa is one, its people are similar and linked, and it is through unity that we shall overcome anything. Those are some of the great highlights from the opening ceremony, presided over by His Excellency the President. Your Excellency, I would therefore love in the shortest time possible to highlight briefly to you some of the key points that came from the rest of the sessions. We had a session on tackling youth unemployment in Africa, leveraging on internet communication technology for sustained employment and job creation. There were calls to action in this effect, Your Excellency. The young people said failure to equip young people with the skills to compete is going to regress the African Union commitment to youth issues. They noted that there is need to upskill, reskill, and reintegrate young people with the necessary skills they need to fit into the job markets that continue to present itself within the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area. It was also a call to action that there must be enhanced digital literacy of the citizens and young people, investment in efficient network connectivity, subsidized hardware and software to be used affordably, investing increasingly in innovations in the field of internet communication technologies, investing in appropriate education reforms that deliver job creations and not job seekers, ensuring that the quality of internet services in Africa is improved, among many more, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, further, there was a session on peace and security questions in Africa. You may note, Your Excellency, that as of this year, Uganda has become a member of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union. This on top of His Excellency the President's commitment to peace and security issues, first within the Horn of Africa and by large in the continent, ensure that young people engage in meaningful discussions on sustained peace and security in Africa. And in that respect, Your Excellency, there were calls to action. I would therefore love to read some of the 4 important calls to action that were arrived at by the young people in this important gathering. 1, African nation states must strive to urgently appoint African youth ambassadors for peace from the grassroots level. Your Excellency, African Union Youth Ambassadors for Peace is a program within the Department of Peace, Security and Political Affairs of the African Union. Only about 5 of them are appointed for a period of 2 years. The young people noted that it's important to ensure effective representation of young people by encouraging these appointments to begin from the grassroots, so that these ambassadors be people who identify with the challenges of the young people, who have got informations about the desires of the young people. Your Excellency, the call to action was that young people are enabler of peace and security, that despite the diverse challenges confronting the youth, the young people are very resilient and can be engaged in a more productive manner. Your Excellency, further, there was a call to action that there is need to redefine peace beyond just the guns. His Excellency the President once noted that insecurity and peace is ideological. His message is being reaffirmed by young people that there is need to redefine the aspect of peace beyond just the guns. In the contemporary world, security encompasses the welfare of the community, which includes access to food, which has now become a security matter. Access to health services, which has become a security matter. Education, if the young people are not educated, they become a security threat. So I think, and basing on the call to action by young people, our leaders, of course with your guidance, Your Excellency, there is need for our leaders to engage meaningfully in redefining the aspect of peace so that we leave no item which is important to peace behind. Your Excellency, there was a call to action that the African Union Commission should consider the possibility of having more than one representatives in regards to peace. Africa is huge and regions should not be represented by only one ambassador, and that all African Union member states should stand with and support the Democratic Republic of Congo to end the armed conflict currently ongoing in the eastern part of the country and ensure that there is peace. Again, Your Excellency, the young people here are very concerned with the insecurity that is happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and they made a call to action that our leaders, His Excellency the President, Uganda, and other African countries should play an important role in ensuring that there is peace and security brought back in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency, the young people also engaged in a discussion on leveraging mobility for youth development in Africa. They underscored that because of migration issues, young people are not able to move from one country to the other to practice. Young people cannot move from one country to other because of the differences that we have in our education system. A lawyer in Uganda, after attaining all the qualifications in Uganda, cannot go and practice law in Kenya, cannot go and practice law in Rwanda. The call to action, therefore, was that we should harmonize our migration laws. We should harmonize our services law. Within the East African community, we already have a protocol on free movement, free mobility. The call to action was that we should emphasize and make sure that we live to the realities and the aspirations of this very important protocol. Your Excellency, we also had discussions on continuity and sustainability of young persons' engagement, looking forward to the COP27. This is a discussion on climate change. The young people are very concerned with the climate issues that continue to affect the continent. We have drought, we have flood, which is resulting into food insecurity, among others. The call to action, therefore, was that we should, and countries should ensure that they assist and practice the good messages on sustainability of our environments to avert the adverse effects of climate change. Your Excellency, there was a discussion on the African Continental Free Trade Area. Specifically, the young people are concerned with the role they have to play in regards to this very important trade policy. This is one of the best agreements that have been designed. The young people want commitments of our government to ensuring that the young people will not be left behind when it comes to discussions meant to shape the protocol on youth and women. Your Excellency, as I conclude, the young people also engaged in the discussion on youth and domestic resource mobilization, financing youth priorities, the role of youth leaders in enhancing domestic resource mobilization, and the fight against illicit financial from Africa. Your Excellency, in brief, the young people are saying that it is a responsibility of every person to pay tax so that we have this money available for government to use. And again, they have committed to ensuring that they preach the messages of taxation, they preach the messages on debt management, because they are very concerned with the rates of borrowing of our countries. Your Excellency, finally, as I conclude, there was a discussion on youth as drivers and beneficiaries of development agendas, looking at the African Union Agenda 2063, the SDGs, and the National Development Plans. There was a call to action that these important agendas be integrated into our national development plans so that our countries can get to implement this jointly, just as we are doing with the SDGs, to ensure sustained economic development in our respective countries. Your Excellency, I want to thank you so much for accepting to come and grace this closing of the 3rd APRM Continental Youth Symposium, and the young people look so much to hearing from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Obal. Your Excellency, I need to introduce some of the few people that are here. We have Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, who has been spearheading this whole event this whole conference. She was the one coordinating all of us. Your Excellency, we have Honorable Betty among the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, my boss. You're welcome. Your Excellency, we have Honorable Amara Kalon, Deputy Minister of Political and Public Affairs of Sierra Leone, and is representing the chairperson of APRM, Forum of Heads of State. He's welcome. Your Excellency, we have here Madame Caroline, who is representing His Excellency Attilio Pacific. You're welcome. You can stand up for recognition. EU Head of Delegation. Your Excellency, we have here Ambassador King from Sierra Leone. We have Ambassador Janaba from Gambia. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrongly. Your Excellency, we have here the Minister of Finance from Kenya, Honorable Wafuku. Your Excellency, we have here the CEO of APRM, Professor Eddie Waloka. We have the Secretariat from African Union, where we have even Madame Prudence, Acting Director, Women, Gender and Youth Directorate. Other staff from African Union who are here, can you please stand up for recognition? We also have the APRM Secretariat, which is here. Can you please stand up for recognition? Thank you so much. Your Excellency, we also have Honorable Lydia Wanyoto Mutende, representative of the APRM panel of eminent persons. You're welcome. Your Excellency, before you are youth leaders from different countries, and you're all welcome once again. Due to time, I'm requesting whoever I'm going to call to speak, please. We only have less than 5 minutes per speaker so that we are able to move on. At this juncture, let me request the representative of the head of the European delegation to Uganda, Ms. Caroline, to come and speak to the people. And we want to thank them because they have played a very big role for us to be here. That is not enough. Thank you so much.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I'm not sure. Of course, Her Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Minister for General Duties, Office of the Prime Minister, Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, all the other ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament present here today, Ms. Prudence, the Acting Director for Women, Gender and Youth at the African Union Commission, Honorable Representative of the APRM Panel of Eminent Persons, the CEO of the APRM Secretariat, Professor Eddie Waloka, all the ambassadors to the African Union who are present here today, from Gambia, from Sierra Leone, Your Excellencies, all youth leaders and representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here today at the closing of this important event and would like to convey apologies from my ambassador, His Excellency Attilio Pacifici, Ambassador for the European Union here in Uganda. It has been an exciting week of meeting young leaders from across the continent and from Europe. We had a few European representatives as well. I have been really impressed with the quality of the exchanges, the debates over the past days on diverse topics like climate change, education, ICT, youth employment, etc. The event confirmed that the contribution of youth is essential in shaping the future of Africa and beyond. We have had many interesting ideas. I couldn't go into all of them here today, but I just wanted to highlight a few key takeaways from the European Union delegation's perspective. First, it was clear that meaningful youth engagement in program and policy design goes beyond consultation, meaning it is not enough to organize a meeting with youth representatives, present your ideas, tick the box and move on to do business as usual. If we really want to make a change, we need to listen to the young people, trust them, work with them, to address attitude, practices in families, to empower them, build capacities, offer opportunities and an enabling environment. Second, education is still at the heart of everything, and it represents a key resource, a life-saving intervention, and an entry point to work for and with the youth at different levels. 3, there is a need to address discriminatory social norms and power imbalances for greater gender equality. Gender equality remains really a priority, I think, for all of us, and this came out clearly from the exchanges this week. Fourth, the need to unlock financing for young entrepreneurs. The youth in Africa has limited ability to meet the traditional criteria for access to finance for their businesses, and as such, financiers need to be creative, open-minded, and serve young people by developing criteria that are better fit for their needs. When the Honorable Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister approached the European Union requesting us to support and sponsor and fund this event, the ambassador was immediately positive for several reasons. First of all, because as European Union here in Uganda, we really have put youth at the center, at the core of everything we will be doing in our development cooperation over the coming years, and we really want to make this a reality, not just something that we say or that we write in our policy papers, but a reality. And we are working towards that, and this event has been very inspiring in giving us ideas on how to do that. And second, because this type of event is also a concrete token of the strong partnership between the European Union and the African Union. It builds on the summit that took place in Brussels in November, so we thought it was important to highlight our support to the event as another concrete example of how the African Union and the European Union see their partnership. I would like to thank the youth experts of the AU-EU Youth Cooperation Hub who presented their innovative pilot projects this week. We think this hub is interesting and innovative for many perspectives. It provides concrete examples of youth inclusion, and it shows how young people can bring Africa and Europe closer together on a number of global challenges. And the hub also brings together governments with civil society, private sector, and development partners, and it shows the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement in driving the youth development sector. We cannot all look at youth in an isolated way. We really have to come all together around the table and have that multi-stakeholder engagement. 2022 is the European Year of Youth. We all understand the importance of putting young people into the spotlight after 2 challenging years of COVID-19. And we are working very hard to ramp up our investments in green growth, skilling, job creation in Uganda and elsewhere. In education, we will continue to work on important and interlinked topics, gender equality, combating gender-based violence, promoting sexual and reproductive health services and rights, and efforts to provide access to education for young people, and in particular, young girls, adolescent girls. Let me conclude by reiterating the EU's full commitment to the youth agenda on the African continent and beyond. The European Union's Commissioner for International Partnerships, Jutta Urpilainen, has repeatedly expressed her passion for the youth agenda. Her engagement illustrates the importance that the EU leadership attaches to ensuring that young people are at the core of the EU's external action. I wish to end by congratulating all the youth delegates who put their efforts into this symposium. Of course, all the organizers, the National Organizing Committee this week and the previous weeks have been very hectic and intensive. I have also to thank my team who has been working very hard to make all this happen together with the National Organizing Committee. But for and foremost, your contributions as young people have been a true inspiration to me and the colleagues. We will continue to reflect on the outcomes of the symposium and see how to best integrate them into our work. Thank you very much.
I think that was not enough. Thank you so much. In the morning I was with my big sister and I thought I had even introduced her and I forgot. But let me take this honor to introduce her, Your Excellency, Honorable Rebecca Otengo Amonge, the Ambassador of Uganda to Addis Ababa. On this very juncture, let me also recognize the leadership of National Youth Council Uganda. Please stand up for recognition. Are they here? I saw some there. I see them seated. They don't want to stand up. Your Excellency, the next on our program is Her Excellency Ms. Jainaba Jang, Ambassador of the Republic of Gambia to Ethiopia. Please, you're welcome. Can we receive her?
Madam Vice President, Your Excellency, retired Major Jessica Alupa Epel, honorable ministers here present from Uganda, Kenya, Sierra Leone, colleague ambassadors, Chief Executive Officer of APRM, esteemed guest speakers, the illustrious youth representatives, all other protocols duly and respectfully observed. I'm deeply honored to have contributed to a panel as a member of the Peace and Security Council on Wednesday, and now to deliver this symposium, a closing statement as a member of the Permanent Representatives Committee, mainly focusing on its support to the African Union's youth programs. Honorable Minister, Madam Moderator, after 3 days of enlightened engagements, we have now come to the penultimate state of our symposium. What has been encouraging is the evident and refreshing zeal and the conviction of the youth of our continent. I am greatly assured that our continent is in the right journey to fully harness our democratic dividends. This sentiment is significantly inspired by the wise observation of Kathy Calvin, the former President and Chief Executive Officer of the United Nations Foundation, when she stated that young people are not the leaders of tomorrow. They are the leaders of today and tomorrow. This statement resonates immensely with the position of the African Union with regards to the youth playing essential roles in all aspects that relate to governance, sustainable development, peace, and security. The role of the youth are critical for the attainment of the vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. This attribution is precisely captured under aspirations 4 and 6 of the AU Agenda 2063, which is the seminal long-term development compass of our union. This development blueprint, amongst others, contains explicit and implementable commitments to the active involvement of youth in decision-making processes, particularly under the ambit of the initiatives for sustainable peace and security. I renew my unflinching confidence that by the level of creativity and unquestionable imagination that has been manifested and typified by the salient recommendations that emerged from your discussions, as we have just heard from Senior Presidential Aide Daniel Obal, that the trust placed on your shoulders is not misplaced. I therefore request that we give a resounding applause to you all for your reaffirmation of our trust that the 21st century is truly a period of African renaissance. The status quo is a counter-narrative to those who used to characterize Africa as a continent of doom and gloom. At the beginning of this century, we are now formidable as a collective. We are also unified by the common undertaking that the transformations in the global order will fully support our aspirations for unchallenged development, realities, and peace and security. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my dear sisters and brothers, the African Union in various manifestations has sought to create abundant opportunities both at continental, regional, and national levels to ensure that the youth of this continent are indispensable stakeholders in the programs instrumental to the attainment of Agenda 2063 goals and the SDGs. The Africa Plan of Action stands as an overarching guide to youth empowerment. This innovation has been vastly complemented by the following initiatives, and I name only a few due to the limit of time. One, the Africa Youth Charter, also known as the Banjul Charter. In July 2006, the African Union Charter was adopted by the Assembly in Banjul in the Gambia. The Charter strategically maps out the direction of youth empowerment and development at the continental, regional, and national levels. It seeks to strengthen, reinforce, and consolidate efforts to empower young people as drivers of Africa's development agenda. Number two is the Africa Youth Day. Also at the Banjul Summit of 2006, through Executive Council Decision 292, the 1st of November was recognized as Africa Youth Day. This celebration increases awareness and investment and strengthens youth participation, as well as increases intercultural exchanges and understanding amongst young people. Three, the Continental Strategy for Technical Vocational Education and Training. The adoption of TVET by the Summit of Heads of State of Government in 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, is yet another commitment towards youth empowerment and development. It is a paradigm shift from job seeking to job creation through vocational education and training, entrepreneurship, and skills development. Fourthly is the African Youth Volunteer Corps. The Africa Youth Volunteer Corps is a continental development program that recruits young professionals to work as volunteers from across Africa and the diaspora. It brings young people together to share skills, knowledge, and innovation to build a more integrated continent and strengthen Africa's position in a globalized world. Furthermore, the African Union has harmonized its efforts with the United Nations to promote volunteering as a catalyst for advancing socioeconomic development. This project specifically focuses on enhancing the AU Youth Volunteer Corps to efficiently respond to development skills needed for labor on the continent. As I mentioned, these are just a few of the support to the African Union youth programs. Please rest assured, there are many more which we shall continue to wholeheartedly support. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my youth. Our discussions have inspired the following recommendations which corroborate and accentuate your calls for action that we have just heard and what we need to do. Number one is to increase the domestication and implementation of the African Youth Charter by aligning national laws and policies with provisions of the Charter. Secondly, we need to enhance entrepreneurship and skills development to increase job creation and self-reliance. Third, we need to ensure good governance, peace, security, and stability. Fourthly, increase the youth participation in decision-making at national, regional, and continental levels. Fifth, to mainstream youth and women's projects and programs in the development of national blueprints. Sixthly, protect the rights of children and all youths against all forms of violations in situations of conflict. 7th, to increase the awareness campaign of the rights, responsibilities, and empowerment of the youth. 8thly and finally, to increase investment in ICT, agriculture, climate change, and the environment to improve the livelihood and sustainable development of the youth. My sisters and brothers, as we depart to our various countries, our quest for an Africa that is rightly placed in global discourse has been emboldened. Your courage and positive spirit are perfectly aligned with the vision of our founding fathers and mothers of our union. I am confident that our inspirational leaders, such as Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Nelson Mandela, Presley Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, amongst others, as well as the founding mothers of the Pan-African Women's Organization, will look at this gathering with beaming smiles. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, when the President was addressing us on the first day, he said the youth are the ones who killed Jesus. And Jesus was also a youth. I have told the youth I met that you go and make a research and study about that statement. It has a lot of weight and something that we can learn as youth. Your Excellency, I'm requesting Professor Eddie Maloka to come and address us, and he's the CEO of the APRM Continental Secretariat. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Honorable Minister, the Right Honorable Vice President, retired Major Jessica Alupo Epel. Your Excellency, thank you for being here. The ministers from Uganda have been with us here, Right Honorable Justice Kasulu Lumumba, Right Honorable Betty Mongo, other distinguished focal points who are here from Sierra Leone, and of course, my dear brother, Deputy Minister Wafuko from Kenya. Your Excellencies, who is not here, who is our focal point, Amos Lugolobi, who is the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Their Excellencies, our colleagues from the African Union, of course, one of them has just delivered a very powerful statement here. Her Excellency Janeba Jang, who is the Ambassador of the Republic of the Gambia to Ethiopia and the African Union. My dear brother, Ambassador King, Her Excellency Rebecca Otenge, who's the Ambassador of Uganda to Ethiopia, Honorable Lydia Wango Mutenge, representative of the APRM panel of eminent persons who seated here, who's also a national of Uganda, my colleagues, Ms. Sylvia Ange, National Director, APRM Secretariat, Her Excellency, His Excellency Ambassador Tulo Pacifici, Timothy Limango, Commissioner, Prime Minister's Office, who has been with us and really coaching us throughout this whole process. And then, of course, our dear brother here, Dan Obal, who's the youth advisor, who was here, presenting colleagues from the Commission who have been duly recognized. And then, of course, our partners and friends from the European Union and other partners who work with us for the success of this event. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, and indeed all youth leaders who are here today. Somebody has mixed up my oh. Thank you very much. At the beginning of this third Youth Symposium of the APRM, I recalled an African proverb that says, what the elders see while sitting, the young ones standing on the mountaintop won't see. I saw this symposium as an opportunity for our youth to occupy the two positions, the mountaintop and the seated position of our elders where wisdom resides. Indeed, this symposium did not disappoint. For the last few days, we listened to our young leaders from all walks of life across our continent, speaking words of wisdom that we can only ignore at our own peril as a continent. We have a powerful potential in our youth, and you must have the courage to change all ideas and practices so that we may direct their power towards good ends. I want to congratulate all of you, our young leaders, and thank you for educating me, thank you for inspiring me, thank you for leading our continent. I was impressed by the quality of the presentations and the caliber of all our young leaders who are gathered under this tent. You turned this venue into an African fireplace around which we gather to share our thoughts on the best way to achieve the Africa we want. Therefore, it is with great joy that I give these remarks on this closing ceremony of the 3rd APRM Youth Symposium. I would like to especially thank the Government of Uganda for hosting this symposium and supporting our youth. And I must say, Daniel, that Uganda has set a very high standard, and I must say also, Vice President, that Uganda has set a very high standard for the next host of this annual event. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Vice President, please convey our gratitude to His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for the time he spent with us at the beginning of this event, more than 4 hours. Thank you very much. He left us with 2 key messages that have been repeated, and I also want to join those who have repeated them and will remain with us for many years to come. That being youth is biology, but it's also an ideology. That what makes a progressive African youth is not solely their biology, but also their ideology of patriotism and Pan-Africanism. Think not only of what your country can do, but also what you can do for your country. Be of value, be an asset, be solution-driven, be patriotic for your country, and be a Pan-Africanist. We also thank him for his leadership on the 1 Million Next Level initiative, which he officially inaugurated. I urge all member states of the African Union, of course, also of the APRM, to emulate this best practice that supports the African youth to be the drivers of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. The Republic of Sierra Leone and, of course, our colleagues from Kenya offered to pilot the Youth Toolkit for our planned targeted reviews to foster youth development agendas, and we are indeed very grateful to you, Deputy Ministers of the 2 countries. Let me also recognize and thank their Excellencies, ministers, and various dignitaries of Uganda who found time to be with us throughout this symposium. Honorable Ministers, thank you really for the sumptuous dinner, evening after dinner that you treated us to. Thank you for the cultural performances and the music artists who forced some of us to the dance floor. And of course, also the bigger event was one of the highlights of this event. Our focal points were here, Honorable Ministers, I've already recognized you. And then of course, Honorable Lydia Wafolo, representing the colleagues on the APRM panel of eminent persons. We also thank you, Madam, for being here. And then our colleagues from the PRC, thank you very much for really making your way from Addis Ababa. We know that you have a very hectic schedule. Thank you for being with us here to join us in celebrating and also engaging on youth events. We further thank our colleagues from the AUC, our partners from the EU and GIZ for supporting this symposium. We also take this opportunity to thank the online participants. We don't see them, unfortunately we ate without them, who have been with us throughout this symposium. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the tide of attention is shifting towards the young people across the continent, and they are gaining momentum in this decade of action. Youth inclusion is not an option, but imperative to drive and conduct this development agenda with all relevant sectors because it decides the present and future for a sustainable and progressive world. The outcome document that was presented here by our young leader, our dear brother Daniel Obam, is indeed a call for action, and he calls it call to action, but we can also say a call for action. We as the APRMContinental Office, we are very committed and wish to ensure you that we'll do our best to ensure that its content is realized. We will also do our best to move it forward to the level of our African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government. Our next step is to ensure to validate it through the APRM Youth Network, and then thereafter to submit it for consideration to the relevant subcommittees of the Permanent Representative Council. They say, Your Excellencies, that it is the young trees that make up the forest. We see this in this tent today, in the ideas you have put forward, in the agenda you continue to set for our continent. As I conclude, let me also recognize my colleagues, the team that brought this event together, because sometimes we forget them. And I want to start with my colleagues from the Team Uganda. Sylvia is seated there, she's writing. If you can recognize the members of the Uganda National Governing Council who are also here, if they can stand up. Excellencies. And then, of course, the ones from the Continental Secretariat, and of course, the infatigable Lennon Munyai, who's seated down there. Thank you very much for all the work. You made sure that this event is a success, and we thank you for your effort. And to all of us, I wish to say, bon voyage for those who are heading back home. See you soon. God bless you. May God use you to progress Africa forward. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Your Excellency, integration is possible. If you want to know it is possible, I watched it on the first night when we had people from Sierra Leone dancing Oyole, and when you saw my ambassador King really dressed like the Oyole, and he really danced and made it. And that's when I realized integration is possible. And Your Excellency, we agreed that there are no more lamentations. In this audience, we have very many innovators. Those who attended the education panel can witness that it is possible. These young people have brains, they have innovations. It is up to us, government, to come in to support them so that they can move forward. Your Excellency, at this juncture, let me request Honorable Lydia Wanyoto Mutende, the representative of the APRM panel of eminent persons, to come and talk to us. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Ministers present, and Honorable Ministers of State, Your Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Honorable Members of Parliament, if you are present, our Permanent Secretary is present, the development partners, the APRM, NGC members seated just next to me there, members from the European Union, the African Union Commission, the Youth for Tax Justice, government officials present, youth representative, youth oye, youth oye, youth viva. This is your conference, this has been your time, and the members of the press present, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is difficult, so let me say it slowly so that you can learn it. I am Lydia Wanyoto Mutende. The Kenyans normally add Wanyota and the others, but I am Wanyoto Mutende. You can rehearse, it will benefit some of you in the future. Your Excellency, I stand here as an APRM, Africa Peer Review Mechanism panel member representing East African countries. I feel honored and proud that we have also hosted the 3rd APRM Youth Symposium. I would like to thank the government of Uganda for accepting the request to host this Continental Symposium for the youth. I am certain that these delegates and participants have found their stay here in Kampala very memorable and will plan to come back again. The African Peer Review Mechanism is a self-monitoring mechanism established in 2003 by heads of state and government to which member states of African Union have can voluntarily accede. It is obvious that sustainable good governance, development, and democracy cannot materialize at the continental level without the active participation of the youth, who make the bulk of the African population, like we've had in so many topics during the course of the week. I've been here since Monday. Especially one of the topics that was very intriguing was one of youth and security. Without youth, Africa would be stable, or without youth, Africa cannot be stable. So it's very, very important that we recognize the energy and the time for the youth of the African continent. According to the African Union, about 60% of the total population of Africa is below the age of 24 years, and more than 35% of them fall within 15 to 35 years bracket, thus making Africa the continent with the highest youth population in the world, and anchored in Uganda, as you've been hearing. This demographic dividend constitutes an opportunity for the APRM to bring young people into Africa's democratization prospects and the future. Your Excellencies and delegates, the APRM is responding positively to the African Union's theme and focus of harnessing the demographic dividend through investments in youth by involving a large pool of youth actively. This symposium is one of the events we've utilized to engage youth. We believe that this trend will further safeguard the mechanism's continuity and institutional memory. As the APRM panel of eminent persons, we believe that the involvement of young people in ICT will place Africa at the forefront of new technologies, which will secure Africa's place in the fourth industrial revolution. We are therefore glad that Africa youth are embracing technology and development at a very fast speed. Congratulations, the youth. More than 1/3 of the 169 Sustainable Development Goal targets highlight the role of young people and the importance of their empowerment, participation, and well-being. On the other hand, the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, further emphasizes the role of youth in the Aspiration 6, which speculates an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially its women and youth. That's the summary of what Africa should look like. The projected lifespan of African Union Agenda 2063 automatically makes young people the custodians of this development plan. It is therefore against this backdrop that the APRM, as Africa's leading tool of advancement and promotion of good governance, is considering upscaling its youth engagement. In this regard, we are happy to note that the Republic of Kenya and Sierra Leone that have had a targeted pilot review of the APRM Youth Toolkit, which has been validated in this symposium. I would like to congratulate the Republic of Kenya and Sierra Leone on this very important milestone. Congratulations. Your Excellencies and delegates, the young people are currently represented in the APRM National Governing Councils. Therefore, young people of Africa no longer have to be docile observers of the APRM processes. The APRM, through its various fora and events, provide them with an opportunity to get involved and influence the mechanism's footprint in civil society and be part of the research organizations and academic institutions. To further bring young people on board and ensure that they participate effectively in these processes, the APRM intends to collaborate with organizations such as the Pan-African Youth Union, PYU, and AU university institutions and Pan-African civil society organizations working with young people on the ground. In our methods of work, the modus operandi, we have also adopted the use of digital platforms such as this conference. Your Excellency, this conference has had an online hybrid across the continent. So in our methods of work, we have also adopted the use of digital platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, etc. This is because the young people of today are very digitally savvy and can use quick and efficient technological innovations. Indeed, such ways of engaging and mobilizing young people in the governance sphere will encourage them to contribute more positively to the national, regional, and continental development process. Actually, yesterday when we were discussing the digital and the youth, we learned that Kenya has moved ahead to make the Ministry of ICT and Youth together. It's one ministry. As I conclude, our call for action, Africa's heads of state and government should ratify and fully domesticate the AU Youth Charter. That is, Your Excellency, that's one of our action areas for your attention. So far, only 42 member states have signed the AU Youth Charter. 38 member states have ratified the charter, and 3 member states are yet to sign and ratify the instrument. This trend is very encouraging and proves that African leaders are committed to developing young people to serve as future custodians of the development of the African continent. Our governments are encouraged to prioritize youth-related issues such as access to quality education, health, and employment to continue to feature prominently in APRM country review reports. However, they should be youth-related. In my conclusion, the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, the Pan-African tool for promoting good governance, development, and democracy, is a vehicle ensuring that the youth constitute an integral component of the processes of constitutionalism, rule of law, and the democratic governance in Africa. This means that the youth can no longer be excluded from key decisions taken by the African leaders, because the young people have a crucial role they play in building and developing the African continent. I have said all this for God and my country, and on behalf of the APRM East African community, East African region, I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Lydia. I will request that all those who are coming to speak, please, it is 5 minutes because we have to finish this function within 20 minutes. We are left with 20 minutes. Madam Prudence Gwenya, Acting Director, Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, African Union Commission, please come forward. And 5 minutes should be 5 minutes. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Ministers, dignitaries, all distinguished guests, all protocol duly observed. It has been a great 5 days seeing young people come together to articulate and lend their voices and begin to shape the narrative around their own development. This will reflect in the way that we work at the AUC and as well as our processes. We have already heard about Agenda 2063, so I will not come into that and the emphasis it puts on young people. I want to just do something a bit different and highlight some of the things that will continue to resonate with us after this session, this meeting. His Excellency the President launched 2 initiatives, the 1 Million Next Level and the AU Bingwa Initiative. We as the AUC commit to work with the Government of the Republic of Uganda to contextualize the continental initiatives and really adapt them to the country context. We also will continue to work with our partners and leverage partners and make sure that we bring them into the country to continue to support the work. We will also work with national and international partners to support the implementation of the initiative. We are excited to have Uganda, as at the Pearl of Africa, show the way as a pathfinder country for AU member states. And we also look forward to other member states. And I should really also say that with Uganda launching the 1 million next level and the Bingwa initiative, we already have a conversation that is ongoing with 2 member states, Namibia and Sierra Leone, and we are well on our way to launching it in these 2 member states. So indeed, Uganda has been a pathfinder for us. We also are calling upon all other member states to come work with us and get in contact with us, and then we can move forward in launching the agenda. But also we entrust the young people with the advocacy agenda to get back to your countries and make sure that this is something that you advocate for, and we'll be looking forward to working with each one of your countries. I just want to also conclude by saying that we are not out of the wood with COVID. Less than 20% of the population on the continent is vaccinated against the 70% target that our heads of state have put forward. The Africa Union Commission and the Africa Union, the AU-CDC, and all our partners, including GIZ, the German government, UNICEF, MasterCard Foundation, and Trace TV, commit to continue to work with the government of Uganda in terms of in-country mobilization and implementing the Bingwa initiative. And we want to work with the government to move beyond Kampala and actually get up to the rural areas where all these young people are and all the communities are, and reach all corners of the country in terms of the vaccination. We call on all our partners to join the initiative and contribute as we get Africa vaccinated. Young people, your Bingwa amplifiers, continue to champion the cause in your communities. Get yourselves vaccinated, get your loved ones vaccinated, and let's protect everybody. But most importantly, as a way of claiming back our lives, our livelihoods, and our lifestyles. We continue to reel under COVID, and it's affecting our lives, our livelihoods, and our lifestyles. Again, I thank profusely the government of the Republic of Uganda for being lihlahlandlela in my language, or being a champion, being a Bingwa in walking the talk in the country in youth development and engagement. I want to also thank our partners again for the Bingwa Night that we all experience, and the spirit of the Bingwa Night will continue to reverberate throughout the continent. Your Excellency, I am also reliably informed that young people apparently have been using a pickup line. The males have been using a pickup line on the girls to say, I am a Bingwa, as a pickup line. I want to say, in response to that, young people, shoot your shot, and really now the real shot, but you could also feel free to use Bingwa as a pickup line going forward. I want to also thank APRM, my brother Eddie, profusely for opening the space for us and allowing us to also come in and work with you, as we've continuously done that. The Uganda outcome obviously will continue to reverberate throughout the continent, and we hope to scale this up and do it in other countries. Lastly, I am a Bingwa, and Bingwas make things happen. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Madame Prudence. We all decided that we shall be the Bingwa. At this juncture, let me request Honorable Amara Kalon, the Deputy Minister of Political and Public Affairs and Deputy National Focal Point of Sierra Leone, who is representing the President, who is the Chairperson of APR Forum, Heads of State. You're welcome.
Just repeating the same thing. Your Right Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, ministers here present, ambassadors, the European Commission, the African Union, the APRM Continental Secretariat, National Focal Point, National APRM Secretariat, the NGC, Daniel Obai, colleagues, young people, As I said earlier in my opening speech, I bring you greetings from His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Wunibio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone and Chairperson of the APR Forum of Head of States and Government. Let me thank you all for creating the platform for all of us to participate in this symposium, and as panelists in repositioning the youth agenda for a transformative Africa. As Africa marches towards a more inclusive and industrial future, we must endeavor to make sure that our citizens, mostly the youth, are empowered and fully capacitated to realize and achieve their full potentials, so that they can live with satisfaction and pride about their continent. We must nurture an Africa whose future is great, with well-empowered people living in industrious economies. I am sure this is the Africa we want, as inscribed in the AU Agenda 2063. Whereas we need very constructive and targeted actions to achieve this great aspiration, we should also begin to take concrete and decisive steps to translate our words into action. This is our responsibility as Africans, to ensure we adequately invest in the development of the greatest asset of our continent, the youth. An empowered generation of youth is what Africa requires for peace and prosperity. A well-developed continent depends on the educations and skills of Africans, especially the youth. It will be encouraging and celebrated if we implement the AU Agendas 2063 and the African Youth Charter. African head of state and government devote their period to repositioning the youth agenda in their development plans and strategies. The extent to which African governments can transform education and skills development, health and well-being, empowerment as well as employment and entrepreneurship will lie at the heart of this march towards progress, sustainable peace and development. Ladies and gentlemen, our youth too has got important responsibilities to discharge. We should draw a lesson from the past, remain vigilant in the present, and live with the hopes of seeing a brighter future. You have a responsibility to fulfill, all of you here, which is to remain honest and authentic. You should continue to work for the growth of our society, our country, and our continent, Africa. I wish all of you a very successful continuation of our stay in Uganda, because some of us are going to stay here, Madam, Your Right Honorable. And we want to explore the Pearl of Africa. We want to explore Lake Victoria. We want to take with us the memories and heritage of Uganda. And as I stand here, in conjunction with my elder brother, our ambassador to the African Union, Sierra Leone continues to pledge his support and commitment to make sure that the APRM becomes a tool that will transform Africa to the Africa we want. And that's why we have committed that, one, we are going to take in the 1 million next level initiative to Sierra Leone. And secondly, Sierra Leone is on the verge of undertaking our second generational country review, which will start hopefully the end of this month, because our president will surely going to sign the MOU the end of this month. And meaning we have agreed as a national focal point and the APRM Secretariat that we are going to fully, not partially, but fully incorporate the youth toolkit into the questionnaire that will be developed. I thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable. At this juncture, allow me to welcome Honorable Betty Amon, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and my boss. Thank you.
Excellency the Vice President, my colleagues, honorable ministers, Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished participants. My name is Betty Amongi, Member of Parliament, Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, and this ministry is for vulnerable people. It is in charge of the women, the youth, the children, the elderly, persons with disability, art and culture, music, entertainment, labor, employment, and social security. That is the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. I'm happy to join you today at the closing session of this very important meeting for the sector that I lead, because the conclusions from this meeting will have to be operationalized by my ministry. Therefore, I am pleased to be here to join you to hear the very important conclusions that you've made. Let's remind ourselves that we still meet at a time when the world is grappling with COVID-19 pandemic. When Madame was talking in slangs, together with the ED of APR, we were saying, what is she saying? I hope that you will let us know why the youth might not be very keen, especially the boys. They are not very keen with the vaccine. I would want Obal to let me know why the boys are not very keen, but we shall take the conversation elsewhere. But COVID-19 has caused dire health. We also meet at a very, very difficult time when the impact of Russia-Ukraine war and conflict is impacting on the socio-economic challenges for us in Africa and the global landscape. Now more than ever, we need to create and strengthen the structures of the African Union that are radical, different, creative, and boast collaborative effort and unity. More than ever before, we need our youthful population to co-lead the road to recovery for Africa. You have the number, not only in Africa, but globally. The demographic dividends of a vast youthful population should be harnessed for the collective good and make progress so that you can break the cycle of poverty, conflict, anger, inequalities that have plagued our continent. African Union, through the various structures and instruments, have been working to amplify the youth voices, to provide for you concrete plans of action for your inclusion. Initiatives like Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063, the Africa We Want, now the 1 Million Next Level initiative, emphasizes an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential offered by African people, especially the youth. We applaud these initiatives and many more that have been articulated here. We are proud as Uganda, especially our President, His Excellency the President, who has been at the forefront of pushing for achievements and for our forefathers and mothers who founded the African Continental Body. Today, because of their initiative, Africa is a more powerful player on the global stage than ever before, with a massive and growing population that comprises more youth we can leverage and push the world citizens' agenda. The focus of this symposium on youth, therefore, is not by accident. It is because it is a commonality across the continent that we have the young people. In the world, the 10 most youngest countries in the world are in Africa. Africa is the only region in the world where the youth population is increasing. By 2050, Africa's youth population is set to double to nearly twice the youth population of South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, and Oceania. Already nearly 50% of all Africans are younger than 18. By 2035, sub-Saharan Africa will have more working age population than the rest of the world's regions combined. These demographics present both enormous challenges and incredible opportunity. Equipped with the right skills and tools, the massive and growing youth generation in Africa has the potential to drive development, achieve global goals, transform the continent's future along with your own future. But neglected, the youth can equally be dangerous for the continent. They can be a force for political turmoil and even violence. This demographic reality is not restricted to a single African country. Every continent and community across the world and in Africa is affected with the growing young population that are mobile and with the interconnectedness. We need governments, families, business, youth themselves to recognize the pressing importance to provide a pathway for you to realize your full potential, to become visionary leaders, job-creating entrepreneurs, skilled participants in workforce, and so on. And we need you to drive Africans' growth and development in the years to come. I congratulate you for a successful symposium. I will, together with my team, study your recommendation, and I already note from the speeches here that you have reflected keenly on the promise of Africa. You have reaffirmed the need of unity with all Africans who are determined to further our aspirations and ambition as a continent. This aspiration you have asserted must not exclude youth, but put them at the center of determining how Africa can further achieve 2063 and Sustainable Development Goal. As the conference comes to an end, I want to remind you that our continent was built on the fusion of diverse people, and we drew aspiration and support from Africans' long self-determination for freedom and unity that gave the birth to the African Union in 1963. At the time, our comrades who fought colonialists had recognized the need to embrace the values of equality, peace, and progress that became the bedrock of their struggles and dreams. We owe it to them, to their sacrifices, and to their devotion to steer our continent in the right direction so that it may reach its full potential. We should be proud of our leaders because the world of today, we are more conscious of the lessons that they left for us, that we must bridge and link our current generations to the next one as we further inspire the core principle of solidarity, unity, and restoration of pride and dignity. As we live here today, let us be inspired by the commitment of harnessing our democratic dividends through investments in youth as drivers for continued sustainable development, progress, and advancement of our continent. This is because the greatest wealth of nations are its people, and in particular, its youth. As a young continent, our challenges should be to transform our greatness through the mobilization of our youth, not only to achieve the success we deserve, but to critically redefine the future of our continent. As a minister in charge of gender, labor, and social development, where the youth of Uganda are premised, I commit to the youth of Uganda that you will be a driving force behind many of our cross-cutting sexual activities, because our vision lies on our capability to give you the platform to harness your dreams. We will make sure that you play your role, and we commit that whatever His Excellency the President has pledged in this meeting, and whatever His Excellency and Her Excellency the Vice President will pledge, we will, as a ministry in charge of youth, will ensure that it is operationalized through the government structure. We will provide the opportunities, the platforms, and resources to foster the initiative that will be housed in Uganda. I want to therefore conclude by appealing to the youth that you should take the front seat of leadership. You should define your own agenda, set your direction, guide your decisions, maintain collaborative networks, build coalition. There is nobody who can work alone. You must build coalition across the continent, across the country, so that we achieve the African integration. In conclusion, I want to urge you, the youth, to dare to dream, to dare to innovate, to dare to ensure that the borders that are still a problem for trade, for movement of people, for movement of goods and services in your lifetime is achieved. This you should do, because the future holds much more for you as youth in Africa, not in Europe, not in the Mediterranean Sea where you're dying, not in the Middle East, not in America, not in Canada. The future is here in Africa. Let us build Africa together. I want to thank you very much for listening to me.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Jessica Alupo Epere Rose, my colleagues, the ministers from Uganda, and my colleagues, ministers from different parts of the world, but on the African continent, our symposium partners, African Peer Review Mechanism team led by Professor Maloka, African Union, the European Union, the Youth for Tax Network, Tax Justice Network, senior government officials, non-government officials, members of the organizing committee, our hosts, the distinguished young people of Uganda, and your dynamic brothers and sisters from the different parts of the world present in this symposium, those physically present and those online, members of the press, security, staff of Speak Resort Munyonyo, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this closing ceremony. Let's clap for ourselves. But as we do that, let's congratulate ourselves. It is not easy for adults to stay together for 5 days and remain attentive. Congratulations to everybody. I want in a special way to welcome Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, but to also, in a special way, again thank her for according us time on the agenda of Cabinet that we were able to discuss this symposium in Cabinet. We received the guidance under her chair, and it is part of what has made us succeed today. Thank you so much. While in Cabinet, we were advised that the next meetings under the African Peer Review Mechanism should go outside Kampala in a way of promoting the beauty of Uganda, but also informing those other participants who will come for the next conferences that we are all Africans. You may think you see similarities in the capital city, but even outside the capital city. But also be able to show our brothers and sisters that Uganda has moved, and together with your advice we can move further as a country and as a continent. What are those conferences? When we had the APRM conference in November last year, from the 22nd to the 26th of November in Egypt, in Cairo, together with my team, that is Mr. Timothy Rubanga and Daniel Abal, we had a discussion with the executive officer of the African Review Mechanism, Professor Maloka, Eddie, and we said, now that you are celebrating the 20 years of the African Union, what do we have to carry back to Uganda? And he accepted with our request. You carried the symposium for the youth. We came back jubilating and very happy. I want to thank you. But when he went to the teams to discuss and put it in writing, he wrote back and instead gave us 3 conferences to be hosted in Uganda as we celebrate African Union at 20. So, today we are here to close the first one, the Youth Symposium. The second one is the South-to-South Triangular Cooperation and Immigration and Governance. One will be in September and another one will be in November. We want to thank you. So it is those 2 that Cabinet, under the chair of Her Excellency, the Vice President, that were advised that we must take one to another region and take another to another region. I want to thank you for the advice you gave us. That is one way of promoting the brotherhood of the Africans, that they go beyond the capital cities. I also want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. When we received the communication from the African Peer Review Mechanism Chief Executive, Honorable Amos Rugolobi, who is the focal person of APRM in Uganda, wrote to him requesting to allow us to host, but he did not stop at allowing to host and said, I will attend in person and the government of Uganda will fund. So we are here very assured of another conference in September, another conference in November, and the president, the #1 citizen, the commander-in-chief, the elected leader of Uganda, gave us assurance. So he even demonstrated by attending, he stayed here with us for 4 hours, and he also told you he's a former youth. So he demonstrated by telling you, but also giving us advice. The advice he gave as also a former youth, because I'm no longer, not even anywhere near. He said, you must have clear ideology. And once you have clear ideology, that means you know where you want to go. You even expect to have impediments along the way, but because you know where to go, you are even able to identify who to move with. So anybody who is not of your vision, anybody who is not strategic to help you achieve what you want to achieve, drop off and move with those who can help you achieve. Then the rest can always come and follow you, because the majority of people would want to associate with success, not failure. But you must work for success. You are here as youth leaders. We expect you to go and work for the success of all the youth in Uganda, of all the youth in Africa. And there we shall all be happy to say we achieved, and we shall identify with you because you have registered success. The platform you have been given is, please, the COVID pandemic having hit Uganda, Africa, the world. How do we tap into that? Your Excellency, I want to report to you. These young people said, for them, they've left the other book of lamentation in the Bible. They are now in the book of Acts. So the book of Acts of the disciples means you have to work. And that means you must carry with you positive energy. Even what you look at that looks very negative, try as much as possible to find something positive in it. There is nothing, if you look at any issue, whatever may happen anywhere, there will always be something positive. Pull out the positive, maximize that. Benefit as an individual, but remember you are in office in trustship of the youth. Make sure the youth benefit. I want to take this opportunity as somebody who has coordinated this activity, the different ministries. In addition to thanking His Excellency and the Vice President, I want to thank the Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda. She was here, and Your Excellency, I want to tell you, when it came to time for lunch, some of us had to abandon and go for lunch because the youth wanted to be with her. They had so many questions to her in her ears, but they were also very ready to pose for photographs so that they carry her, meaning there is what is good that they were able to see in her, a woman of action. So work together with the Ministry of Finance, the PSST, worked together with the Honorable Amos Rugolobi, the Minister of State for Planning and Economic Development, but also the focal point person of APRM, and the team headed by the Secretariat. Sylvia, Florence, and Secretariat, can you please stand up for recognition? I want to thank you. Also want to thank the Minister of Gender. When we wrote to the Minister of Gender, Honorable Betty Amongin, she said the person to work with us on this issue is Honorable Sarah Mateche Nyirabatsisi, the Minister of State for the Youth. And she has moved with us, and here we are, and she has accorded you youth here time. She has sat here, she has been with you in the dining, she has been with you at the residence, she has been with you even when you are disturbing your feet every evening. She would always be there. Can you clap for her? Also worked with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We want to thank you, Mr. Pio. Thank you so much, and the team from Foreign Affairs. We worked so well with the team from security, police, SFC, UPDF, CMI. Please, we appreciate. These are people we hardly appreciate, but these people did their work very well. We've not had any hiccup in this conference. A conference for the youth and there is no hiccup. Praise be to God. Because them themselves are fond of saying, you know, we the youth. But whenever they would say we the youth, we also tighten. When they say we the youth, we also tighten. Please thank you for being very active and very disciplined. In a special way, I want to thank the Permanent Secretary on the Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Muhakanizi, and also thank the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Mr. Chibenge. I want to thank the Youth Council that sent us a team to work with us. Thank you so much, Youth Council. Thank you so much, WUNSA. Thank you so much, youth from academia. Thank you so much, youth from the business world. Your Excellency, I want to say, as a focal minister for the Sustainable Development Goals, but also as somebody who has coordinated this, we have a lot of innovations, good ideas from the youth that we need now to improve as a country, could be even as a continent, on issues to do with coordination. When it comes to innovation, there are those under the Ministry of ICT, those under the Ministry of Gender, those under the different companies in the private sector, MTN, Celtel, and others. And we also have those under the Office of the Prime Minister, the Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat, Post Office Building. We need to pull all together so that they share ideas, because this is the way we shall be able to take on the challenges of the new technologies that have come when we, the analog, the former youth, are in the steering wheel. I want to thank European Union. When we approached you to support us, you didn't hesitate. I want to together with the Government of Uganda, you have been able to facilitate this youth symposium. Let's clap for them. So Madam Caroline, carry a message back that the youth are happy. You've made it happen, and it has happened. I want to take this opportunity because I know Her Excellency has other engagements. Those of you who know, we are in the East African community. We are now struggling to see who are the people going to represent us in the East African Legislative Assembly. And a meeting is supposed to go on, and she's part of the team to go and see how they guide us, to choose people who will lead us in that effort. But still, I want to leave this to you as youth. Always carry positive energy, look forward, look out for improvement, remain focused, act smart, and don't take action, don't take a decision when you are emotionally unstable. You regret your actions. If it means even withdrawing, withdraw, so that you take a decision when you are in your sober mind. That is advice from a former youth. I was so vibrant when I was within that age bracket. But as you see, gray hair is chasing me. But still, I advise you as a former youth. Lastly, be the salt of Africa. Be the salt of Africa. If our forefathers were able to cause independence in all the African countries, when there was no technology, communication was a problem, how about you, who are brought together as youth in this era of technology, networking? You have little reason to fail, but big reason to succeed. Please, let your term be better than the term before. Let the current be better, because somebody who was there before contributed, left a block on which you have built. Now as we go to the next one, make sure it is better. And as you do that, youth, make sure you carry everybody along with you. But whoever doesn't believe in your vision, drop that person. Succeed, then go back for that person who didn't believe in what you are seeing happen. I want to take this opportunity to invite our chief guest, the former youth, an offspring of the resistance struggle, a dedicated feminist, a mother, and also a former minister for the youth, former minister of education and sports. That's her last deployment before she came to this one, but also a representative of also the marginalized and those who marginalize others. Because when you're a district woman representative, you represent all. She's a representative of the district of Katakwi in eastern Uganda to make her remarks, to address us, and also close this third African Peer Review Mechanism Continental Youth Symposium. Let's put our hands together to welcome her. Please, again, can I request you stand up? You stand up as you welcome her so that we also stretch. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, the Minister in the Prime Minister's Office in charge of general duties, the Honorable Betty Amongi, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Ministers present, the Honorable Members of Parliament present, Excellencies, the ambassadors and heads of delegations, notably the European Union head of delegation, the team from the APRM, eminent persons represented by Lydia Wanyoto, Honorable, the team from the APRM Secretariat, the team from the African Union Secretariat, all the youth leaders present here, and all the youth in general, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am certain that by now you are all aware about my name and also its spelling, because many people have mentioned it. But I can say it again. My name is Jessica Alupo, the Member of Parliament for Katakwi District and the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. And it has rightly been mentioned by the Honorable Lumumba that I was once a Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs. And when they were welcoming me from there, I asked them that, how did you manage this meeting 5 days with the youth? And she told me that these are a very special crop of youth. She told me that you are the most disciplined youth that she has ever had a meeting with. Because you have attended all sessions and you have attended all days of the meetings, and you are, from the time you reported, none of you has erred. So I want to thank you for being very disciplined youth, but also thank the facilitators of the meeting for having a successful meeting. I will deliver a few written remarks to you with the hope that the facilitators have sufficiently taken you through all the items that were on the program and that you have comprehended all the matters that were presented to you, and that you are going to put them in good use when you return to your respective countries, but also for those of Uganda when you return to your districts. So allow me to state that on behalf of the people and government of the Republic of Uganda, and on my own behalf, I have the pleasure to express deep appreciation to all of you who have attended and participated in the third Africa Peer Review Mechanism Symposium. This symposium has been unique in its intent and has been very special to the youth and all the people of Africa. As a member country, Uganda is honored and proud to have hosted you, and we hope that you have had a good time during your stay in Uganda. Most importantly, I trust that what has been deliberated on since the 4th of July 2022 shall benefit you and all the people, and most especially other youth who you are going to interact with on your return. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, the Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, the youth are the greatest resource of any nation, the wealth par excellence, and the future of any nation. Youth like you represent the best efforts in preparation of the society's future, and therefore, you must be sensitized through meetings like this one. I take up both individual and national responsibilities. And I would like to thank the Honorable Lumumba for again arousing our desire to have the next two meetings, which she has rightly stated that will take place in September and November. And she has also rightly requested you that with your permission, those meetings may be taken out in the outskirts of Kampala, or what we normally call in the countryside. I will be very happy to follow you there, in the countryside, to make my presentation or whatever you desire. But on this APRM symposium, this was the background to the symposium, which is in line with the aspiration 6 of the African Union Agenda 2063, that aims at fostering an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of the African people themselves, and most especially the youth. During the last 4 days, you have had an opportunity to participate and listen to presentations of thematic areas, including innovative approaches to sustainable youth empowerment, youth and governance, the role of the youth in fostering innovation, technology transfers, sexual reproductive health and rights, the role of the youth in implementation of the African Union Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Given the significance and the importance of this symposium, the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, personally opened and addressed the symposium on various issues, including the principles of the principles of NRM, like Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, democracy, and nationalism. As a highly respected icon and champion of constitutional political integration, President Museveni highlighted very important issues which I ask you to reflect on as your take-home messages. In his address, for example, he stated that Africa is so rich in terms of resources, yet the people are very poor. He urged you, the youth, to engage in production of goods and services, plus finding the market for them. Furthermore, he challenged you, the youth, to endeavor to create unity in order to end all security challenges on the continent. He counseled that to deal with security and political challenges of Africa, we should have socio-economic transformation and democracy on the continent. As we conclude this symposium today, I strongly urge you to reflect deeply on these messages. This shall enable you to achieve individual aspirations, country targets, and continental targets. This symposium has, in addition, helped us to understand the depth of the challenges facing the African youth. I note with concern that unemployment of the youth still remains the major development challenge in the continent. This has further been exacerbated by the impacts of COVID-19. My dear youth, this is the right time to introduce radical approaches to the fight against poverty. One approach could be to encourage population groups such as the youth to make innovations and try out new mechanisms and think critically to be able to embrace change in the direction of technology. It is also my belief that industrialization is the way forward for our countries and economies. Through small-scale industries, I believe that most of the youth shall be able to find employment and therefore encourage the establishment of easy, simple, and manageable value addition industries within our communities as a starting point. I strongly believe that small-scale or cottage industries employing 5 to 15 youth at the local community level, if established, will now connect to industrial belts of our countries, and through them, the youth will be able to transform themselves and the economies of their individual countries. Let me also impress upon you, the youth, that your future entirely begins with you and what you hold as an individual. Let me encourage you to always have the right attitude, to have the ideological clarity, to have the correct personal outlook, and also have a correct mindset, especially towards any available work, which you can start with. The governments in Africa have ensured that we have political security, military security, environmental security, and also to a very big extent, food security. So it is therefore incumbent upon you, the youth, to take and make the best use of that conducive environment to move Africa to the middle income status and even beyond under the circumstances. It has already been said by many people who spoke to you that for you to achieve, for you to succeed, you must demonstrate, first and foremost, that you are determined, you are hardworking, you are patient, you are humble, and most importantly, you are willing to learn from the many mentors around you, but also these days you can learn from the many mentors online. Let me say once again that Uganda is privileged to have hosted this symposium, and I hope, among other things, that you have developed a framework through which you will always communicate with one another and with the leadership in Africa. We, your leaders, are ready to listen and to work on the concerns of the African youth and together work towards improving your well-being and the development of the African continent. I would like also to thank His Excellency the President for being the champion of integration in the African continent. And because of being a champion of that integration, he has given an opportunity and provided many platforms for all the people of Africa, ranging from the youth, the women, the elderly, people with disability, those bureaucrats or even the technical people, political actors, to discuss and find solutions to the challenges facing Africa. I was once a youth, but when I became the Minister of State for Youth, there were terms there which we developed with the Commissioner of Youth, that everyone is still a youth. So when I was there, you are youth, but a person like me now is a senior youth. Then between you, the youth, and me, the senior youth, there are other people who are called, there's another group of youth. Elderly youth. Elderly youth are the ones who are above me. Now for you are youth, for me I'm a senior youth, then they are elderly youth. So the Honorable Lumumba, we are not for my youth, we are senior youth. And we are here to provide you the platform and the address for you to come and consult. You as the senior youth, how did you become the minister in charge of general duties in the Prime Minister's office? Where did you start from? You as the Vice President, how did you become a major in the army? Where did you start from? So we don't want you to have a margin between you and us. There should be a connection which is constant. That's why we are saying youth, senior youth, elderly youth. Now His Excellency the President is the elderly youth. And I want to thank him because he has demonstrated the fact that he's a real elderly youth. When he spoke to you the other day, the connection between you and him was invisible. That means that you were at the same pace. He has always preached to us in Uganda here that the population of the youth is not by mistake. He started designing programs of ensuring that the government of Uganda addresses the issue of maternal mortality. The government of Uganda addresses the issue of infant mortality. The government of Uganda addresses the issue of immunization. Against those days, it was the 5 killer diseases, then they became 7, now I think they are 11. And that's why the population of the youth in Uganda is the one you know now, the statistics. You know the statistics. And I want to believe that that has happened in the whole of Africa. That's why if you go to Kenya, if you go to Sierra Leone, if you go to Equatorial Guinea, the biggest segment of the population are the youth. So I request all of you to clap for the leaders of Africa for creating that, designing that, those programs which created a big population of the youth. And that means a lot now to us. Now that we are here, let's all work with our governments and solve the problems which are affecting all of us. In the education sector, I have heard that we need to deal with the quality of education, but also the skills approach. It is you who have the versatile brains to work closely with all the governments to devise solutions of resolving those gray areas in the education sector. In the health sector, the government has the infrastructure, the government has the machinery, but it is you, the youth, again, who have the brains which are versatile to come with innovations. You are the ones who are scientists, and the scientists who have the strength and have the mind at its peak. So I request that as youth of Uganda, but also those who have come from other countries, let's work closely with our governments so that we resolve the challenges, because after all, we should know that it is those governments that design programs that created a big population of the youth in Africa. Let's look at this big population of the youth in Africa as an opportunity, but not as a challenge. Because when we work together, then the issues affecting us can be resolved together. Let me also remind you that I think up to date, from the time I came here, the scientists have not yet discovered the cure for HIV/AIDS. I don't know, maybe they discovered while we were here. But from the time I came, they had not yet discovered the cure for HIV/AIDS. It is mainly the youth who are very active, mainly the youth who are experimenting things. So I want to remind you that health is wealth. When you are healthy, you can be, when you are healthy is when you can manage to be of help to yourself first, to the community, but also to the government. Let's return to the SOPs of also HIV/AIDS, much as we are still having the SOPs of COVID-19. I would like also to encourage you, the youth, as you return. Let's be the ones to deal with the practical solutions for the problems of Africa. Let's also look for ways of looking for our own vaccines for ourselves, but also vaccines for our livestock. Because of the challenge we met during this COVID-19 pandemic, when getting a vaccine was very difficult, because the countries that were making vaccines were first giving vaccines to their citizens. So those are the areas where I want us to focus as the youth, even when we are dealing with other short-term challenges of the continent. I would like to thank all the participants, most especially the ambassadors who have traveled from very far, and I know they are always in meetings in different countries. I thank Your Excellency Rebecca Amunge Otengo and your team. I know from here you are going to another meeting somewhere. We appreciate the work that you do for African countries. We appreciate. And whenever you are out of the continent articulating issues of your countries, please articulate those issues the way His Excellency the President always asks. Articulate them as Africa. Because the future for Africa is in our hands as Africans. We thank you very sincerely, European Union, for being a very good partner, not only to Uganda, but the African continent. We can articulate programs which we have worked together with the EU from time immemorial. We can mention them until cows come back home. But we would like you to know that we are very appreciative, even of your physical presence in the meeting. We don't take it for granted. I thank delegates who have come from outside Uganda. Thank you very much for choosing to travel for a meeting, to come to Uganda. And I request that you stay longer. We shall ring your countries and explain. Don't worry about what they will say. We are here, we shall ring them and say the youth are still here, the technocrats are still here, we are still benefiting from their wisdom. And there will be no case at home. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and privilege to declare the APRM Third Youth Continental Symposium closed for God and my country.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm not fond of repeating people's speeches. We are going to have the anthems in reverse order. And after the anthems, Your Excellency, we are requesting that you allow us have some photo session with you at the photo booth. And the following, we will have only four photographs, one with the ministers of Uganda, Sierra Leone, and Kenya. The second will be with the ambassadors, led by Her Excellency Rebecca Otengo, who will lead other ambassadors. Then we shall have the third photograph. The third photo will be for the members of the National Organizing Committee of Uganda. Then the fourth will be for the NRM youth leaders and the diaspora leaders that are here. After which, Your Excellency, we are inviting you for lunch. We are inviting you for lunch. Having been a former Minister of Youth and Children, we would wish that you share with us lunch. Thank you so much. Please, the anthems in reverse order. Thank you.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny, our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice, honor. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of
Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Upon thee we lay our future in thy hands, united, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. The land of freedom, our love and labor we give, and with labors call at our country's calling, peace and friendship will live. O Uganda, the land that feeds us by sun and fertile soils grown, for our own
Let me welcome Harvard.
The symposium is going to give us
The youth occupy an important place in the APRM philosophy, methodology, and processes, because without them, our efforts at strengthening democracy and good governance on our continent will be without a heartbeat and the energy we need.
the symposium is going to give us an outcome document that we're going to present to all the APR representatives of the mechanism.
We have seen the President launch two important youth initiatives, the 1 Million Next Level and the Bingwa Initiative, all which focuses on giving concrete opportunities to young people in the field of health and economic well-being.
We need to make everything that we are importing here on the continent.
What will harmonization look like for the set timelines, and how do we pull every member state and the youth councils along?
Attention delegates, just a few housekeeping announcements. For all international participants, you are requested to pass through the registration desk so that you can confirm your travel times and dates. Number two, for all local and international delegates, there will be 2 buses available tomorrow to visit the shopping centers around Kampala. These buses will depart the hotel at 9 a.m. and they'll come back to the hotel at 5:30 p.m. Electronic copies of the symposium outcome document will be available on APRM Continental and National Secretariat websites. Last but not least, the National Organizing Committee and APRM staff are kindly requested to meet at the main conference tent here at 3 p.m. Please enjoy your lunch.
If European organizations can see the breadth of talent and skill that exists in Africa, there's absolutely no excuse for any country, any government, or any organization on the continent to not make that investment.
Myself, I grew up in youth and student politics in South Africa, in our struggle and during our struggle against apartheid. The youth occupy an important place in the APRM philosophy, methodology and processes, because without them, our efforts at strengthening democracy and good governance on our continent will be without a heartbeat and the energy we need.
This symposium is going to give us an outcome document that we're going to present to all the APR representatives of the mechanism.
We have seen the President launch two important youth initiatives, the 1 Million Next Level and the Bingwa Initiative, all which focuses on giving concrete opportunities to young people in the field of health and economic well-being.
We need to make everything that we are importing here on the continent.
What will harmonization look like for the set timelines, and how do we pull every member state and the youth councils along?
There's a likelihood that instead of the same infrastructure that we've created to develop us, other people will leverage on it. So how are we again securing this infrastructure?
As a filmmaker, I feel like there's a lot that can be done in terms of documentation of what is happening.
We say that Africa is the future of the world, isn't it? You hear it on the radio, on TV, in everywhere you newspaper, everybody is boasting about it, right? But when we say that, but there is a consequence to it.
Do we consider the teacher as
stars emerging in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya?
We have so much resources that the world needs currently, and so we need to add ICT and quality education to actually push this narrative so that people can actually start respecting us for the people that we are.
Decision makers, governments, and every stakeholder have to consider applying a youth and intergenerational lens in the crisis response and recovery plan, because it's the young people that brought the innovation and the positive outcomes of this global phenomenon.
If European organizations can see the breadth of talent and skill that exists in Africa, there's absolutely no excuse for any country, any government, or any organization on the continent to not make that investment.
Myself, I grew up in youth and student politics in South Africa, in our struggle and during our struggle against apartheid. It is indeed the might of the youth, the young lions of South Africa, who delivered a deadly blow to the monster of apartheid.
What I've got here is the meaningful participation. Young people have been able to speak out to demand for their space as it is supposed to be.
I think the outcome of this symposium will go a long way in influencing decision makers on how to ensure that youth issues are given priorities in the development of our countries. I am looking forward to mainstreaming and domesticating the outcomes of this very important symposium to improve and inform our national development plan and the youth policy of Uganda.
Remember that the issues of the youth are not issues of biology. That biology can have youth who have got different ideas. Right ideas or wrong ones. So therefore, I want to caution you, this youth. That is biology. The question is, what right ideas do you have? If you don't have right ideas, you run up and down and you will end up going nowhere. And it's not difficult for the African youth to find these ideas because they are clear-cut.